Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NFL DFS First Look, where this time it is not only just the first look. There's only one man here to bring it to you, and that is me, Chris Spags, shining in the spotlight here on New Year's Day. Where's Eric Lindquist? I don't know. That's the question we're all wondering right now. Is he lying somewhere in a hotel room with, I won't even go into the paraphernalia, or is he perhaps just oversleeping right now? We'll never know here, but the good news, the football goes on, the grind goes on, the Stokastic data goes on. So I will ask you guys up top here to please hit this like button to give me the courage to get through this hour alone to give you guys the best data we possibly can at Stokastic. And of course, watching the chat live. Appreciate all of you guys hanging out here. Happy New Year's to you all. Hope it was all a great day. Hope you guys were smart like me and went to bed bright and early. Didn't care about college football. So you were fresh and bushy-tailed for a week 17. That is quite frankly the only week in football that matters. All the things on the line. And shout out to all you guys as well. If you guys have BBM3 entries, if you have best ball Millie Maker entries on DraftKings live still, I'm with there. I know Neil, of course, Neil Arfield, the Showdown Shaman, also there with you guys. We are hoping to get some good results this week, but if not, we have DFS to turn to. So let's get into it a little bit here up top because got to hit the key notes. Running back's going to be a key position today, and I will talk a little bit as we go as well about the concept of hedging. If you do have a high dollar redraft league in your life, if you do have some season-long bets going, if you do have those BBM threes or those best ball Millie Maker lineups that you are trying to get a particular result out of some guys, for me, it's Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, guys like that. How do you approach DFS to try to make that profitable for you if those things go poorly? If you don't get the big EV, you don't get the $2 million or $1 million wins, how do you get some results this week? Something we'll talk about as we go. But important to talk about the running back plays up top. Let's talk about some of the top projected guys. And I'm just going to kind of go through them, list off some of the guys. And of course, you can play along with me. You get that Stokastic Plus membership for yourself. And as we go on through this show, I will give you guys some ways to get some free memberships, things like that, 3-day trials, all those good things to get into the door here, as it's going to be a profitable time in NFL right now with the data out there and a lot of fungibility to go around. Christian McCaffrey, though, going to be a crucial play today if you are using the Stokastic data. Obviously, a play that last week came up pretty well as well. Had a tough game against Washington, a team that does shut down the run. And a similar spot here versus Vegas, where Vegas terrible against the pass, been shockingly solid against the run. But all that goes out the window. You have Jarrett Stidham at QB. Clearly, motivation's waning. Clearly, a team that is not playing for the now, playing perhaps to scare off their star receiver and their former star QB. McCaffrey, though, gets the pass game work, gets the run game work. We expect this game to be a blowout. The Vegas totals for this game with San Francisco and the Niners have certainly soared since the announcement of Jarrett Stidham starting at QB. I will pull up the most recent numbers from this morning. Point being, it is a 26 implied total, 16.5 implied points for Vegas. So McCaffrey has a lot of ways to get there. We know he contributes in yards. We know he contributes in also touchdown equity as well. So definitely a good spot for him. The guy that I personally fear the most at running back, which is going to be a popular play as well, though less popular than McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, coming up with a 20.4 projection you'll see here of a player that is going against Indianapolis, a team that also has been very good on the year in terms of a negative EPA against the run, negative DVOA against the run. With Saquon Barkley, a guy who has gotten there on volume, but for the most part been a league average player throughout the year. There are going to be some concerns for him in this spot. I would say on paper, certainly a chance as well that with what we saw from Nick Foles last week, where it was a 47% pressure rate for him on Monday Night Football in that game that he last played, his first start of the year, could not handle the pressure, obviously turned the ball over, took a bunch of sacks, just shy of 10 sacks in that game. The Giants blitz at the highest rate in the league, 40% blitz rate for them. So I think there could be some concern there that the Giants D does enough work. Certainly also that could lead to opportunity for Barkley, where they might not have to do a whole lot to win this game. Barkley can punch in a touchdown or two and absolutely break the slate. Other top projected plays, and it's interesting slate because there are guys who have good projections, but if you do run the optimizer on Stokastic like I like to do, where I just do a no randomness, unencumbered crunch to see what comes up the most in the top projected lineups, you're going to see a lot of Tyler Algier, a lot of Brian Robinson. Those guys very popular today. Did see people in the chat talking about Brian Robinson potentially getting 35 carries today against a Cleveland team that is worse in the league according to EPA stats against the run. Cleveland has given up a lot of big games on the year. The issue with a Brian Robinson play is kind of similar to what we saw about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago when Washington played Houston. a lot of people played Brian Robinson, and the sharp data sites like Stokastic, like some of the competitors out there, did not have Brian Robinson projected to be this play that everybody's going to this week with no Antonio Gibson, with a matchup that if you go down that DraftKings DVP stat line, you're going to see that they're 31st ranked against the run. Brian Robinson could get steamed up untenably high in a great spot, a player that I'm personally rooting for in BBM3. That said, there's a lot of risk profile to that one as well because of the fact I think people will be there pretty heavily, but we will talk more about ownership in a second. The other side of that equation, Tyler Algier, another guy who in public eye has been steamed up quite a bit. Some of the sharper players out there, perhaps like me, were touting him all offseason long, talking about him all summer long because of the workload he had at BYU, the outlier stats that he had there. But it is still a spot for Algier where he is a rookie. He is going into a game here where Arizona, another blitz-happy team that does get home quite a bit, sends pressure and gets pressure a good amount. That motivation could wane when you have David Blau at quarterback for yourself, but still certainly a team that could be less good than expected here against Arizona. And then if that is the case, James Conner could theoretically be a better play at a higher dollar salary. Other players that stand out here, Ramondre Stevenson is going to be active today. We've seen him go the last few weeks, that ankle injury. He's gotten good results one week, gotten bad results one week. This week against Miami, tough matchup on paper against the run, better matchup against the pass. Ramondre, though, we know can get there. Still a solid play to get to. Other noteworthy plays according to Stokastic data, Austin Eckler looking pretty good as well. Certainly coming off an injury, some risk profile there because of the fact that the Chargers are not locked into their playoff spot, but are locked into a playoff spot. And this is that time of year, guys, where you can check your 538 data. You can go to My Employer Football Outsiders, go see their playoff odds as well. But you should have some awareness of playoff odds in the back of your head because that is going to affect things you see on the field in terms of the guy's motivations. Similarly, another guy who doesn't project fantastically, Travis Etienne, a 16 DK point projection from Stokastic today. It's not a great number for Etienne, but it is a spot where people will go to him because of that Houston matchup that people have been chasing all year long. Etienne's motivations might be in question here because the Jags are playing for a playoff spot that they can get even if they don't advance versus the Titans, but it's basically like a 3% probability. We all know football coaches at this point. We know they play even if there is only a microscopic chance of something happening. So the expectation is the Jags will be a full go, but I've seen some people worrying about it in the chat so far today. Would not shock me personally to see the Jags pull starters after a certain point, especially if this game were to get wild. I will point out, though, some of the alternate markets out there have this being a more competitive game than I would think, certainly based on the two teams, based on how the Jags been running hot and the Texans being competitive, but certainly not playing to win at this point. So there is some risk profile to that one that could certainly be an issue or a concern. Let's talk about, okay, here we go. We got the picture on Adam's wall. Got to read some super chats. Drank too much concentrate, says, oh, good. Okay, we got, and a special guest coming in a moment here as well to help me fill the air in this room too. But we do have a super chat here. The drank too much concentrate. I don't know what that means. Jordan, is there a thing in the streets that kids are drinking concentrate? Is that something I don't know?
Yeah, so Eric actually had a coffee concentrate, and he didn't know it was a concentrate, and he would just drink the concentrate straight without any water.
Got it. So Eric is drinking too much coffee concentrate. Now he can't sleep. Now he can't function. He's probably in his own version of the Truman Show, a hellscape of people watching him and knowing his life and then seeing him be incompetent throughout it all. But yes, either way, though, yes, drank too much concentrate. That's how it's going. Running back plays, other ones I'll highlight here before we have our special guest coming in a moment here to help me fill the air. Other guys who honestly you might not want to play too much, but could come up a little bit. Kenneth Walker, Nick Chubb, Miles Sanders, these guys in playable ranges, probably not going to be high priority plays, probably not going to be high priority plays for the field as well. So those are probably guys you can mark as tournament plays. David Montgomery, Joe Mixon obviously on the Monday slate, Alvin Kamara, these guys are also going to have some decent projections as well. Leonard Fournette, if you want to take on a risk profile, Carolina, another team that is pretty blitz happy. We do see Tom Brady love to check down in those situations as well. Leonard Fournette has had some outlier days, runs more routes, catches more passes than Rachaad White. So we could have some tournament upside for himself as well. But let's talk about the ownership for running backs too as we go through, because obviously it's going to be a more important part of what we're doing here. Top projected owned player on the slate is going to be the aforementioned Christian McCaffrey here. And of course, you can get all this data for yourself at Stokastic. Fantastic saying, what are you talking about? These dudes are owned. Sanders is definitely owned. Owned relative to a 10% projection of ownership. Fantastic is what I would say. that's not what I would consider chalky ownership. The chalky ownership is when you see a quarter of the field starts to congregate, a third of the field starts to congregate. That's really what I would look towards more. And of course, you can see on the screen now, there are 5 free days of our NFL DFS tools you can get for yourself. So if you have any questions about ownership, you can look for yourself there. But Sanders coming off of a few dud games in a row, a perceived touch matchup against New Orleans on the ground. I wouldn't expect the ownership to be much higher than 10% for him, but you could certainly disagree if you want. My guess would be the guy we're currently projecting for number 2 ownership on the slate, Saquon Barkley, could end up being the highest owned on the slate. Certainly a guy. Oh, here we go. Here's our special guest. Do we want to drum roll, please? Who's actually, does the chat want to guess who's the special guest coming in here? Who's the only man who would come in last minute Sunday, New Year's Eve morning? Who would it be? Or New Year's Day morning? Who would it be? Let's see. Give him a minute here to catch up. As our poor guest has to stand there smiling adorably. Oh, Nolan spoiled it. It is in fact EMAC 2024 coming up upon us here. EMAC, welcome aboard here to the show that the other Eric was frankly too good to do.
Hello, this is Puppet Lindquist here.
Or do you want to do? I'll just hold the puppet up and you can do the voice. Oh,
hello. I had too much fun last night. I'm still having fun. I'm in a ditch somewhere. It's good.
He is in an Arizona ditch right now, which is probably one of the worst places you want to be in a ditch in. But happy New Year, EMAC. How are you doing? How's life treating you? Are you ready for week 17?
Well, I was going to be doing my prep during these shows since I was writing the Sunday Night Football article this morning. I was asleep by 10:30 last night, 9.5 hours, so I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but I'll be learning this slate right along with the rest of you guys here. Fortunately, I've been listening to the Stokastic content throughout the week, so I'm not coming into this cold, and I've been setting playoff lineups. I heard you speaking about that earlier. That's key. I've made it into my 2 money leagues, and Nolan, I'm looking for some good karma here for hopping in. So I hope to kick your ass in the Dynasty League. Just putting it out there in the world.
Wow. Some behind the scenes sauce coming at our head of content, Nolan Kelly, but got to read the one super chat we got in here again. The picture on Adam's wall. Thank you for the generosity, man. Saying hashtag EMAC 2024. EMAC, you're getting to the home stretch of your presidential campaign. I feel like you got to start hitting some cities, starting a tour, shake some hands, kiss some babies, maybe shake some babies if they're being inappropriate. How are you feeling about that coming up here?
Well, we have the mantra. We're gonna have a pizza in every oven. We're gonna reduce the rake. We're gonna be nice to each other. And I'm starting a new exercise campaign. I'm wearing the shirt today. It says "We'll run for beer."
Would you
I'm
ever
dressed so
run?
Appropriate for this show.
Do you know the one where they like run a mile and then they drink a beer every like 400 meters? Would you do that, EMAC, for content's sake?
I would walk and drink a beer. I would walk between 4 bars, a quarter of a mile of each.
Practically the same thing. It's a good workout either way. And of course, if you guys need some good info, don't worry. The deeper dive will be coming up right after this one. Of course, Laffy back, Ben, Rasa, Alex, Awesemo, Baker, all the greats you're expecting there will help carry you through game by game for that one. So have no fear for the cluster after this show might be. You'll get great info for that one coming up in a little bit. But EMAC, you said you've been following the content all week long. Are you with me that there are going to be some plays that bubble up more? And it's an observation of mine too over the last few weeks that, the Stokastic data, I would say, as I've said, even as I've moved on from being here full time and, moved on to Football Outsiders, all that stuff, the best data in the business. And it does account for everything in a way that's really hard to capture in other sites. That said, the casual approach where casuals have now sharpened up enough where they follow some things, they still follow DVP, which is not a great thing to follow. The ownership sometimes doesn't account for those human tendencies. And I do think, to me, like Brian Robinson, we have at 16%. I would guess that's a little bit higher. McCaffrey, I think 25% feels about right, but Barkley at 20% feels like he'll be a little bit higher. There are some guys that it does seem like pick up 5 to 10% more ownership, and sometimes that can matter a lot for these tournaments. Is there anybody you've picked up throughout the week of just listening to the content, paying attention, that you feel like might be a higher appreciated play than perhaps the ownership can even account for?
I think Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to be really up there. People are going to look to that game because it's in a dome. We've seen Jared Goff I don't know if resurgence is the right word, but at least shown what a competent quarterback can do consistently in a dome with a couple of good skill position players and a defense that puts them in a position where they need to throw constantly. So that's someone I think might go a little bit overlooked. I think there's going to be a lot more fervor towards Brian Robinson Jr. as well, just because people are going to look up and say, oh my God, Gibson's out and McKissick's out. What are they going to do? He's going to get everything. Now I heard somebody was saying like 35 carries. No, but I think 20's in play. Is that something we're interested in? Well, DraftKings at 5,200 maybe, but he doesn't get a lot of work in the passing game. However, he's last man standing. I think we're also going to see Curtis Samuel maybe see a little bit more time in the backfield there as well. So I'm not, they have options there in Washington. So for that one, I'm a little more interested on FanDuel than DraftKings, but I think he's going to become a little bit more popular than what some people are saying. And today's the biggest wild card. We don't end up with a New Year's Day or Christmas Day, or whatever it happens to be. Who's opening presents, who's hungover, who's not getting to this, who had way too much fun on the West Coast and didn't make it to their job this morning, stuff like that. That would be Eric Lindquist. But there are probably others throughout the West Coast that are not yet willing to wake up and figure out what's going on. What's going to happen with them? Well, they'll probably slam the favorite names into a few lineups and watch, because some people are going to wake up this morning, I'm going to watch bowl games. There's no bowl games. Those are all tomorrow. I guess I'm playing NFL. Who do I like? Oh, who's on my playoff teams? And start clicking buttons, right? Because you want to have that sweat. So that's kind of where I expect today. When you were talking about the ownership projections, the thing that gets real tricky throughout the whole, because football's done throughout a whole week, and then it gives it enough time for what becomes, this could be a contrarian type play. Then all the information and articles and everybody's saying, well, here's our contrarian play. And then it's no longer a contrarian play, right? Because people are a lot smarter now. They understand the leverage. You got a whole lot of time to talk about it. And NBA, we've got minutes to talk about a lot of these things, right? So football, the ownership can get a little wacky. Plus, with everybody knowing how to stack, if one of the quarterbacks tends to pop, then he's going to drag a couple pass catchers and or somebody from the other team. Then that's going to mess up the ownership at those various pricing levels for other players that we were looking at, right? So it's this whole cause and effect thing. So everything out there is directionally accurate, but there's variables because it's football. I hope your throat was soothed a little bit by that little.
No, it's honestly it doesn't hurt me. It's just that because of being sick for a month now, this is what I'm left with. Is just the vintage Lindsay Lohan voice without some of the other features that might have made her a lot more money than I'm making right now.
May I suggest Mucinex? Daytime Mucinex.
I'm taking it in pill form. Have no fear, Mac. I'm doing everything I can. But yes, for all the parents out there, everybody knows that it's just a germ haven you get subjected to. And then you have to be the petri dish that just survives and continues showing up to work and sometimes talking for many hours in a week and trying to make content out of it. But I do want to talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown, because I think you stumbled on him and talked about him up top. And I think he's a really important play to discuss as well, because especially on DraftKings, that full point PPR, very possible here we see Amon-Ra St. Brown, if this game is competitive, get upwards of 15 targets. We've seen him over 10, 4 out of the last 5 games. Like he's been right there every single week. And that's something that certainly can be there again against Chicago defense. It's bad against the run, bad against the pass. EMAC, is there a pivot for you for Amon-Ra St. Brown at that price point? Because people will pay up for Justin Jefferson. I think there's some upside there, obviously, but some risk profile to paying $9,500 for a guy. That weird odds for that game where Vikings have been a dog in that game all week, and the Packers seemingly even in the alternate markets, perhaps coasting to a win in that one, which is kind of a surprise to me. But Amon-Ra, is he like a guy you're really willing to go to heavy, or is there a pivot there that you're seeing either a little bit above or a little bit below that could make sense?
So Amon-Ra said, the interesting thing on just focusing on DK for a minute, he's at his own price point, right? He and Justin Jefferson. I mean, Jefferson's at 9,500. No one of note is really around him at the wide receiver position. Same thing with Amon-Ra. He's at 7,800. I mean, so then we go down to Tyreek Hill, I guess, with Teddy Bridgewater under center. He's actually had some practice. They've been able to install whatever packages they will for him with Tua being out with the concussion symptoms. So it's really kind of those three at the top. That makes it a little tricky. I think you want to look at other positions that could potentially change that there. And that, of course, would be bringing into the mix someone such as Travis Kelce, who stands well above everybody at the tight end position right now. I mean, he's thousands more than the next most popular options, which is appropriate, also a little crazy, but it is appropriate. And then we start looking at Christian McCaffrey. That's sort of can you play him and Justin Jefferson? Maybe, but now you're not playing Amon-Ra. Or do you go Jefferson and Amon-Ra, or do you go Christian McCaffrey and Amon-Ra? You're kind of going 2 out of 3. Do you move over to Saquon Barkley, who's 8,000, right near Amon-Ra St. Brown? So I think the pivots are actually the top plays at those two positions, or I guess the skill positions, sans quarterback, I think is the way people are going to look at that. And that's where it comes into play is, well, who's what is the industry? Who's getting the most steam right now? And that's what's making this an intriguing puzzle. If we look over on FanDuel, it's a little bit different of a story because there's only 1,000 separating Jefferson and Amon-Ra, and now McCaffrey's all the way up to 9,500. He's the one that's leading it instead of Jefferson. Now it's half PPR. What do we want to do? But again, I think you're looking across multiple positions here to make these changes. I don't know that there's really a 1v1. Then it turns into a 2v2 or a 3v3. Which makes this an intriguing puzzle today for most people to look at through bloodshot and bleary eyes.
So let's do a little game here, Matt, because I think
yes.
you landed on something there where it is sort of a positionality thing for the price points that we're talking about. And I think, let's say like a yes or no. And it could be like, you can still play this guy, but are they a priority play for you, or are they somebody that you're just going to get to a little bit of because of the projections, because of stacks, all that stuff? And we'll go with all the high price guys, because I think this could be helpful for people out there to talk about. Let's start with Justin Jefferson. So 9,500, you mentioned really nobody else close to him at that price point. Tyreek Hill, $600 behind. Is he a yes or a no for you in terms of being a core priority play?
Sorry, who was the play?
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson. So outside against Green Bay, I for me, it's still going to be a Amon-Ra, which I think would be the fish play. So because, I tend to be a little fishy in these situations, or going with the school, the crowd. So for me, he's my secondary play. If this game was indoors, I think I'd be banging the drum here and saying, well, he must be the contrarian play because we're paying up and it's going to cost us McCaffrey in this type of situation. So I think I'm still with Amon-Ra. I'm going to go with that dome. Now, then the other question becomes, how scarred are we or not? How influenced are we by that weather weekend where everything was just kind of looking like it was going to be an absolute hurricane disaster? And not every game, of course, turned out that way because things happen. But is that something where like, oh no, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, is that going to cost things? So it's hard for me to go away from Amon-Ra St. Brown. Today I'm doing 150 on FanDuel. I had some leftover Santa bucks from their promotion, so I'm having some fun with that. For me, it's going to be Amon-Ra as my priority, and I'm going to try to consolidate it down to 5 quarterbacks. That's what I was going to do while listening to you and Lindquist this morning.
Well, unfortunately, he left us holding the bag on that one, but I do think you raised some interesting things about Justin Jefferson. So one thing that I haven't heard talked about in the industry, but is one of my gut instincts about why the line might be weird, where if the Vikings have been an underdog all week, again, there are alternate lines that had like a 60-70% probability of the Packers winning by 10, which kind of surprised me. I think it's because the Vikings have some potential to pull starters if the Eagles win that first game in the afternoon, because of the fact that that would then lock up the bye and the Vikings have less to play for then. So that could be part of it. It could also be the Packers are a very public team and they've been running hot recently, had that big showing against Miami. And that certainly is going to put people a little bit more on their side. But I think that's part of why there is a little bit of a risk profile. I still think Justin Jefferson should be safe to play a full run of games. And this is just me assuming, so please don't take this to the bank. But it is something to where it's like when you see weird lines, you have to ask some questions about why that's coming up and what somebody else out there knows that perhaps we don't. And that's something that did occur to me, that perhaps that could be the case. Also worth pointing out some narrative stuff for Jefferson this week, where Jair Alexander did call out Justin Jefferson, say his first game against them was a fluke. I don't think that matters that much, but I don't think you want to call the guy who is now 250-ish yards away from 2,000 yards a fluke in a game that certainly could be a narrative thing, that they do feed him the ball a little bit more and see if he can get going. And if he doesn't get going, they pull the dogs. But I know for Jefferson, I will say from my perspective, I have him on my DraftKings Millie Maker best ball team, have him in BBM3. If you were in that boat, like a lot of the field is, I think 40% on both sites, you might want to fade Justin Jefferson DFS wise and take some different angles, take Hawkinson, take Dalvin Cook, fade the game entirely, take the Packers side. Those are some of the hedges you can make if you are relying on Jefferson for your big money stuff and try to get creative. But that's something that I think jumped out to me. Any thoughts on my conspiracy theory, EMAC? Because I don't get conspiracy theory about this stuff, but whenever the Vikings are a 3.5 point dog against Green Bay and the weather's not that bad, I'm like, what is wrong here? Like something's got to be up.
No, that one's kind of interesting to think about as well. It's so the cornerback talking smack to arguably the top receiver in the league right now, which is an impressive 3-year ascension here. The old saying, kids, don't tug on Superman's cape, right? Just as if they needed anything more. I think they're more worried about postseason stuff like that, et cetera. Even as you mentioned, the milestone for the yardage, they still have next week as well. But to me, it's one of those things where that portion of it's probably just more of a story material, right? It's not. I don't know what motivates these guys anymore, but it seems like Jefferson's going to be bringing his A game no matter what. So for situations like this, I do agree that spread seemed a little bit off, but Green Bay is one of those teams where we kind of look at and be like, what the hell is going on there, right? They give up their best receiver, don't go after their best receiver. They, make moon eyes at their quarterback, and they have that little tete and fight and make up and all that fun stuff. And now they're stuck with him, but yet again, no wide receivers. One of their key running backs is hurt. Doesn't seem to be a lot of consistency with their defense. Now they're at home, right? This is a team where it's like you don't know what you're going to get every day. But to me, this game of all of them looks like this could be the upset special today. There's too much chaos, right? There's too many mixed signals coming in. So aside from, sorry, and I'll let you get in, but aside from really focusing on Jefferson, you don't really want the running backs from a DFS perspective here, at least from Minnesota. Dalvin Cook hasn't quite seen as much passing work. Is it the shoulder issue? I'm not entirely sure. Is it Kirk Cousins? He's been around forever. Think of how many years RG3's been retired. Cousins came in the league the exact same year with the Washington Commanders in that draft. So it's not like he's a young buck anymore. And then you've got what's going on with Thielen. You've got the resurgence of the tight end they traded for from Detroit, but that team's kind of a mess as well. And then their defense is a mirage. You don't know what you're going to get. So this game to me seems to have the most chaos. Does the Green Bay offense get there? I don't think so. Does Minnesota implode, or their defense, not allow Green Bay to get 3 or 4 touchdowns? Maybe. And then I don't know what to do with it, right? So then I'm focusing on, well, I'm okay with Dylan. I'm okay with Jefferson, but I don't really want anybody else in this game, which is kind of interesting.
So the thing that I wanted to bring up is first time, long time saying Vikings aren't good. That's why the line is that. So your implication in that one would be that the Packers are good, which I don't think has been proven at any point this season, unless you want to say them beating up on a concussed Tua that was clearly, I don't know, not all the way there for that game is some sort of a metric of what they've been doing. But they've blown countless games. They blew that Lions game. Like they've come through poorly in countless spots. And I don't know why you would think they're the good team out of those two. But either way, I agree the Vikings have gotten lucky, but they have been a much better team than the Packers have been this year. Some other high dollar guys we could just talk about real fast before we hit some super chats.
Fraudulent. I mean, and all the advanced metrics support that too, like the Pythagorean thing for wins and all that, like DVOA for the Vikings been one of the worst marks for a team as good as they are. Like, I get it. At the same token, though, they're better than the Packers. I would say that pretty confidently, even if they don't win today. Other high dollar guys, EMAC, that we haven't talked about at all, which I do think one of these guys is important to talk about with relative to your love for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Justin Fields, I think, is a name that people will really click in, lock in, maybe not even stack up. Obviously, the big game that he had against Detroit, over 40 DraftKings points, over 40 points, and every metric out there was a really big one against Detroit. Cole Kmet came along for that particular ride, but that's not something I necessarily expect today. So, EMAC, how are you handling Justin Fields, a guy who theoretically does pair well with Amon-Ra St. Brown? It's not a stack. Those guys should both be good if that game does go off the way that Vegas is anticipating. Yes. So this was kind of one of the games I would like to make my key for my 150 that I'm doing on FanDuel. So my thought was this: I'm good with Fields. It makes for an easy in-game pairing with Amon-Ra on the other side. I'm not really sure if I even want to go to the either of the running backs for Detroit, because I believe Swift is still healthy. He's been kind of hit or miss. You got Jamal Williams, who a competent back in all aspects of the game. They don't throw him the ball. He scores touchdowns because people kept getting down inside the 5, and then he scored touchdowns. But how much more can we trust that? So I actually think that the decent synergistic pairing is Fields indoors against a bad defense and Amon-Ra. What do I want to do with Fields? Well, the path would say, well, let's go with Cole Kmet. Right, that seems to be the main one. Am I going to force a run back with Field or a player with Fields? My thought was no. I'm going to limit. I'm not going to set my rule to say you have to have someone paired if you're using Fields. I'm going to boost Kmet. I haven't decided which receiver yet, and then potentially Khalil Herbert. Right, over instead of Montgomery, just to try to be a little bit different. But I'm going to say max of one of them and give each one of them like maybe a 10% boost. So I would expect maybe half of my Fields teams to even have one of his other teammates on it, I'll probably make sure that Amon-Ra is on most of those teams and then kind of go from there. And then I think that doing it sort of that methodology and hoping that you capture all the touchdowns there. And then I'm going with one-offs from the other games where I don't want the rest of the team, right? So now we're talking about a Justin Jefferson. Now maybe we're talking about a McCaffrey, et cetera. I'm curious to see when you start looking at the ownerships product and some, and with that, is that going to help get somewhat unique, even though you're picking some of the more popular plays? Are people constructing them in that particular manner? I don't know. That's kind of what I want to play around with here after we're off the air.
Yeah, right now it looks like we're projecting Justin Fields for under 8% ownership. And again, that's one of those things that feels a little light to me. Based on the data, I would certainly land how you would get there. But I do think people will have filed away that game. I know we have Mark Curry in the chat saying Fields has the QB rushing record in sight. Like, there's a lot of awareness about what Fields did historically and what he still has in front of him right now. I think there's some questions about designed runs for the Bears. Like, do you want to run really like creating plays to make Fields run at this point of the year where there's not playing for anything? Obviously Fields is playing for something, but I think a lot of his yards will come out of not designed scrambles today more than sort of the design runs that he's gotten a lot of success with this year. But I also think, to me, 8% ownership for him, like, I think that's light. Like, I think he's going to be closer to 15%. I think, just based on that last game, based on the box score watching, based on the fact it's the only game with over 50 implied points today, like, there's a lot that's going in favor of Fields here. The question I'd have for you, Emac, is would you play Fields with Amon-Ra and just like not stack Fields, not stack Jared Goff with Amon-Ra? Because that's an approach I think people would be willing to do. And it doesn't make sense relative to like true DFS. If we're going to quote a vintage wire quote, like, it's not true DFS, but it is sort of a play you can make relative to how this game could go.
Yeah, it's sometimes you can be good police, right? Natural police, right? You got to be natural DFS. You got to take what the slate gives you here, and I think that encapsulates everything that I'm looking to do. Does that start to gain momentum and become the more popular thing? I'm not sure. Here's where I'm counting on this being an oddity of a late season DFS game, people enjoying a little too much revelry last night, et cetera, and maybe not quite getting there. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. Again, we'll see what happens. How often do you sit here and chalk is a weird thing, especially in NFL. And the way we're projecting out our quarterback popularity, right, there's really nothing that's making any particular one stand out. And that's why you're seeing it relatively flat. That happens. This is also a week where we didn't have buys, right? It's been a long time since we haven't had buys. Last week we had 3 Saturday games, right? So now we have a full player pool. There's a whole bunch of choices to get to. It's really hard for any one particular quarterback to really pop off. And even back in the days, it'd be, even Brady with in his New England days, he would be like the guy on this week that would be like 20%. And he would stand out amongst everybody else. And then everybody else would be like 7%, right? Who is that player that's going to be there today? I think Fields could pop up a little bit. And then who's going to be the better stacking teams? I think we see Goff get there. Goff is not a sneaky play today, just because of the dome environment. I think we see him pop up there. But then after that, it gets real hard to start pinpointing anyone. I think a different way of asking is how many quarterbacks crest over 10% this week? 2, maybe 3 tops. Right.
I think it's just got to be Fields, like Fields and maybe Goff. The Goff we have it over, it's over 12.5%. So I could see that, but I think that's basically it. It's basically Fields and Goff will get there, and everybody else. I mean, Mahomes maybe, but that feels pretty thin given Kelsey's not projected for that much over 10%. So it really is going to congregate in a quarter of the field. Probably will be heavily exposed to that Detroit Chicago game. And if you don't go there, you're going to be different from that quarter of the field right away.
Yeah, absolutely. And then even then, if you have a one-off from that game and you luck into the 2 touchdown guy, all right, well, now those stacks, you can reel them back in if everything else is spread out, right? So there's so many different ways that DFS can play out and reality can play out. That's what makes it fun. That's what keeps us coming back to this infuriating puzzle every 24 hours.
So speaking of infuriating, what infuriates me, and you guys know I'm a pretty chill vibe guy. What infuriates me is not you hitting the like button out there. We got 148 likes right now, 1,200 people in here. Why are you not doing it? We're grinding here. It's New Year's Day. Emac's tired. I'm tired. We could both be worrying about our football lineups. I could be stewing right now in my anxiety over having a legitimate shot to win millions of dollars today. Yet here I am grinding with my Lindsay Lohan voice for the sake of you all. So please hit that like button. It doesn't really infuriate me, but I just want to get some likes.
Hit the like button, and I'm going to drop this link to my tweet in chat saying that I'm filling in for Eric Lindquist, whose New Year's resolution was to not come to work.
That's true.
There you go.
Hit the like button to spite Eric. Hit the like button because he didn't show up today, and it would crush him emotionally to know that this show got more likes without him than it would have gotten with him, and show the world that the superior Eric is here right now. And it's one man EMAC. It's the man who's going to be our president in just a few short months.
Yeah, there is no I in Team Eric. Oh, wait, no, there is. But there's also a big old me in Team Eric. Darn you, Lindy. Darn you. You owe me, Lindy. You owe me.
Let's also do an ad read real fast because this is an important one for the people out there. And BetMGM is certainly a product people might want to get into. I've seen a lot of New Year's resolutions floating around on Twitter, people that want to track their bets, people that want to do more to take advantage of some stuff. A lot of states out there offering some great deposit bonuses now that they're going live. And BetMGM is right there with any of them, where they're offering you a deal right now where you can get 2 free months of Stokastic plus Platinum and up to a $1,000 risk-free bet when you sign up, make a deposit, and make your first paid wager at BetMGM. That $1,000 risk-free bet could be anything on there for the most part. And it's something too, which could build your bankroll, gives you more ability to attack these things, give you ability to take advantage of live bets, take advantage of futures like our guy, Greg Ehrenberg, has done so well over the years. There's a lot of things you can do for yourself with that money. And of course, the 2 months free of Stokastic Plus, that is something that, again, I moved on from this company, loved everybody here, but still use the data every single day because that's how much I trust everything here. That's how much I've seen behind the scenes, the work that goes in from sharp top DFS players who are using their knowledge to actually give you tools to help you win. And there's a lot of sleight of hand out there in the industry right now. A lot of people that frankly don't know what they're talking about, giving data and giving content out there. You should follow the Stokastic guys. You should follow Alex and Sean's on and all these guys, Steve Buzzard, who are so great at what they do. That's what you can do with this deal, where you get their $1,000 risk-free bet on BetMGM and also get the 2 free months of Stokastic Plus. So take advantage of it while it's still here. Do it right now. Use that risk-free bet. Check the details down in the bio or the description down below, but do it right now and really do it for yourself, not as much as us, because honestly, this will be a great way to start your year with everything you're trying to do football wise. EMAC, another player, and I think we've now talked a lot about the high dollar guys. So 2 guys that are a little bit cheaper that are going to come up a lot. And one I think we need to hit on up top because, again, is another guy that data-wise, the projections, I don't think are going to support that well. The shift to David Blau at QB also not going to help him out that much. Greg Dortch is a $3K minimum on DraftKings. I've had people tweeting me questions about him over the last few days. I've seen him talked about a lot. People love the Dortch thing. People will see the 22 DK points he put up last time that he had a full run of routes out there. No DeAndre Hopkins in this game. Are you willing to play Dortch? Because I think the ownership right now, we have that about 10%, I believe. Let me just double check that. But overall, a guy that's not going to be too highly owned yet, 10.7% is the projection right now. Do you think that's going to hold as it is? Because people love to jam in a minimum salary guy. Dortch has gotten good results. They've heard the name throughout the year. I think he could be a player that you almost just want to take out of the player pool right away because he's a little bit too obvious for even players who aren't sharp. But what do you feel about Greg Dortch as a minimum salary guy going against a very soft Falcons defense?
All right. Just quickly look. So the Falcons, that's probably the 2 most appealing things. You hit on it. Minimum salary going against the Falcons. The David Blau. I didn't even know that until I heard you talking about it, that he is, because I thought they were going to go with Colt McCoy in this
back
one.
in concussion protocol, Colt McCoy.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's look up real quick. Let's go to our old buddies basketball reference. Or football reference would be. Let's go to one of the stats.
Let's see if you can ball. Pages. Let's see if you can hoop a little. Why not?
I was looking up Danny Ainge the other day because someone had said he was a parade All-American in football, basketball, and baseball, and I had never known that. And he actually was. He's the only person that ever hit that. So that was interesting. So technically, I guess this is kind of a holiday, right? And isn't that when Blau usually makes an appearance, right? Preseason, and then some. I vaguely remember him on a Thanksgiving Day because, of course, Detroit. He was there with Detroit. God, this will only be the 8th game he's ever been in. He had 5 starts back 3 years ago for Detroit. That was it. Yes, one of them was Thanksgiving. Against Chicago. He was 22 of 38 in that game, 280, 2 touchdowns. Since those 5 games that he played to wrap up that season in 2019, he played 1 game in 2020 where he was 6 of 10, and then he had a sack, I guess, or a kneel down for 6 yards on Halloween. Again, it's a holiday thing back in 2021. This will be his first appearance this year. Competent, maybe. Lifer backup, maybe. Going against a weak offense, yeah. Do you really, or defense? This Dortch feels like a trap. The other thing you want to remember about Dortch is before he popped off last week, literally out of nowhere, I don't think he had targets the prior 2 weeks. I know he had less than 10 routes run each of those games. I think it was like less than 5 the 2 games leading into that, because one of them I think was a primetime game. And we were kind of getting, we're like, oh, this is the guy we want to go to. And then he got absolutely bupkis. So are we really trusting Greg Dortch? I mean, I know Hopkins is out. I know Hollywood's dinged up. If both these teams could just handshake it after the kickoff and say, let's just let the clock run and get the hell out of here, I think they'd do it if that was an option, right? Wouldn't this be like a video Arizona game skip week and just push the button?
Atlanta wants to play because they're looking feisty with Ritter at QB, and Algier certainly looking a little better. Drake London more involved.
Algier is intriguing.
I think the Falcons are in the right spot they need to be, but I'm with you on the Arizona side of the equation. Like David Blau, if you're trotting him out there, you're basically actively tanking. One thing for people to think about, and this is part of why I have some fear about outright avoiding Dortch, is because of the fact that backup QBs can't get the ball outside. That's why for the most part they're backup QBs, that they can't get the ball outside the hash marks. They can't get the ball downfield accurately. So they just check down to the middle time and time again. That's why a lot of backup QBs do well with tight ends. That's why a lot of the slot guys do well. Dortch is a slot guy. He's going to be running a lot out of the slot. He's going to be a guy getting those check downs. That said, is he going to be able to break long plays? Is he going to, they know what to expect with Blau. There's going to be probably 8 men in the box trying to stop James Conner. There's going to be a lot of stuff congregated on that inside. Can he get there? I don't know. To me, it's just as plausible that he can get, let's say an 8 for 80 with a touchdown as it would be 5 for 50 and nothing. And then you're completely screwed. If he puts up 10 at 3K salary, that's not enough to get you anywhere even close to winning a tournament today. So that's the kind of thing you have to weigh the risk profile of. I could see playing some EMAC, but I think if you're playing up heavily, if you're locking them into lineups, that's a grievous mistake. It's probably going to cost you a lot of money.
Yeah, if you want to play him in cash, especially on DK, zero issue with that. It looks like he's probably going to be 20-25%, especially when you get in those single entry double ups. Fine, go for the block. It makes the rest of your lineup awesome. Just be prepared. This is the 4th quarterback who's starting for Arizona this season. We've got a coach under siege that's on the hot seat. If in fact he doesn't get bounced on Black Monday. This is just I don't know. This is a dumpster fire, tire fire, another fire situation here. Wait, throw something else in, 4-alarm fire.
How about a slightly more expensive but still cheap receiver we've seen have some upside, Garrett Wilson? He's projected for about 19% ownership right now on DraftKings, a player that's had an upside, certainly going against Seattle. There's some vague potential of that being a shootout spot, even though both defenses have been very good. The Jets defense in particular has been very good. Seattle more good on a defensive versus fantasy position kind of thing, which doesn't matter quite as much. Oh, there we go. Who are we holding up?
Little Steve Largent.
Oh, okay. That's
autograph. That could have been greatest
somebody from the 1950s, and it wouldn't have shocked me.
Yeah, to the greatest DFS player of all time. Congrats, Eric. Steve Largent. There you go.
Wait, did you request that signing, or was that a gift for you?
My brother got it for me. No, I don't remember what it says. It says to Eric, all the best, Steve Largent.
Because I would hate if you were lying to Steve Largent to ask him to call you the greatest DFS player of all time. So one man you don't lie to, from what I know.
Yes.
So talk to me about Garrett Wilson, though, because I do think he's a very important play today. People are going to want to go there. Mike White, he's certainly shown a lot higher ceiling with Mike White at QB than with Zach Wilson. That's certainly going to be a big upgrade for him. That said, not the highest total here. There are certainly some other ways they can score. Bam Knight's been not involved due to some negative game scripts lately, but for the most part, still a guy that does run well, has a 35% avoided tackle rate on the year, which is one of the best marks in the league. There's some upside there. There's ways the Jets can win this game without Garrett Wilson doing a lot, but with 20% ownership just about going his way, Mac, are you willing to go to Garrett Wilson today?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the Seattle defense, as a Seahawks fan, it's been one heck of a story. Thank you, Russ, for giving us an incredible parting gift in the first round draft pick we received for you. And considering how disappointed I was when he signed that, or when he was traded in the offseason, that's all gone. But I think Garrett Wilson is intriguing. So despite a variety of quarterbacks throwing him the ball since week 8, 6 for 115, 8 for 92, 2 for 12. That was the game against New England. 5 for 95, a pair of touchdowns. 8 for 162. That was the Minnesota game. 6 for 78, 4 for 98, 4 for 30. I'm totally good going with Wilson here. I will go above the field on this one. You get, Seattle's just, their defense is kind of a mess. At this point, they've been very, very lucky, and just they've caught some teams at bad moments. Now they're hanging on with their fingernails, for a potential postseason berth. But this was a team that we thought was going to win 3 games to start out the year. So at this point, everything is house money. But I think you can look to specifically Wilson in this game. If you want the direct pivot, I mean, doesn't it have to be Elijah Moore?
Yeah, I hope so, because he's in my DK Millie Maker team, EMAC. Interesting play. I do think the run game is more the pivot. Like Mike White can certainly get the ball downfield, and you can see Bam Knight finish some plays, or Michael Carter get some check downs. Like there's ways they can score there. But I'm with you. Elijah Moore has been out there running slot routes. Like, Mike White's been an accurate guy who also doesn't necessarily force the ball downfield as much as Zach Wilson did at times. So Elijah Moore could be there. The tight ends can also be there. There's a lot of ways, I think, for the Jets to have production today. I would say more so than the Seattle side of the equation, where they are going into a buzzsaw. Like Geno loves to throw the ball deep. The Jets, one of the most shut down teams that I've seen over the last few years, gets passed over 20 plus yards. So basically anything deep, they're covering pretty well. They're also deflecting a lot of those passes. So big risk profile for interceptions as well. But there's a lot of ways this game can score a lot of points, and I think be a little bit higher than the Vegas total, which right now I believe is around 43 overall. Definitely some room for production to go around for this game. And I was actually going to try to segue over to no house advantage for Garrett Wilson, but it does seem like he doesn't have any props, which is good to know, because basically on Stokastic, what they do for you is build lineups for no house advantage for you. So if Garrett Wilson's not on the slate, they're not going to give you Garrett Wilson props. If Garrett Wilson is on the slate, they're going to give you the best Garrett Wilson props you possibly could have. Some bets you could build, or some things you could build your lineups around the no house advantage today, would include Latavius Murray's rushing props under. That's got an 87% sim chance of hitting. Jalen Waddle's receptions under. That might be a bummer for a lot of people in the championship games, but Waddle projected to have a down game with the shift to Teddy Bridgewater, as well as a tough matchup against the Patriots. That's got a 79% chance of hitting under 5.5 receptions. You get all this information for yourself, as well as some pre-built lineups at nohouseadvantage.com. So I would really recommend going over there. I know we all love the big sexy paydays and all of that some of the other sites can provide, but no house advantage, what it provides you is 2 key things. One, you get up to a $100 deposit match. That's huge to start your bankroll, especially if you are a lower dollar player who's just trying to get in and not get buried. They'll match your money right away. So put in $100, you'll be playing with $200 to start right away. But also Stokastic just gives you lineups so you can plug in on no house advantage. So if you want to win a tournament on there, you see one that's got overlay, just try to put some lineups in, give yourself a shot at winning it, because sometimes there's 20% fill, 30% fill in these tournaments. That's all part of the customer acquisition to get you guys in the door at no house advantage. And Stokastic, in partnership with no house advantage, gives you guys spoon-fed lineups, which I know a lot of people want. You're busy. I get it. I have a child. I understand. It takes a lot of time out there to do this prep work and to get the data fully where you want it to be. For no house advantage, it's about as simple as possible. So go over there right now to no house advantage. A lot of overlay, lots of things, including that free $100 deposit match you can get for yourself. And the lineup generator will give you a good shot at winning money every single night. So go to no house advantage, play over there, and support them, because they support the channel and help us put on shows like this one, where we're cobbling it together on the fly as best we can. But thank you to No House Advantage, and to go play over there for your sake. Again, not as much as ours.
Yeah, right, and EMAC. I just dropped the links into the free projections, as well as the free optimal lineup page there for No House Advantage.
So there we go. So lots of great ways to go win over at No House Advantage, and EMAC making it as simple as possible for you guys. So go check that out in the chat right now. But EMAC, let's talk about some of the other plays. And I guess at this point now, we got about 10 minutes left before the deeper dive guys come on. So again, would appreciate you guys smashing that like button one more time. Give me some respect here that I could show off to Lofty, so Lofty doesn't mock us behind our back the second the stream ends. Lofty's going to make his sales pitch to you guys, but I know if he sees under 350 likes, he's going to be like, Spags and EMAC, those guys are garbage people. I don't ever want to see them on this channel again. And I personally enjoy being here with you guys. So please hit that like button, help us out here, get us to at least 350 so I can show.
I know. I didn't think I'd ever get to do a show with you again, because I don't do very much NFL anymore. But here we are. It's a New Year's miracle.
I was saying to Jordan before the show, EMAC, I was watching you and Terry on Christmas Day because I had a little bit of downtime, was doing my football lineups, and I was right there with you. I was like, oh, good. EMAC, the most reliable man in DFS. Like, there are a lot of guys who don't want to show up on Christmas Day, don't want to show up on New Year's Day, and EMAC goes, the team needs it, I'm there for it, and that's the one thing I will always appreciate about you, EMAC. You are Mr. Reliable.
There we go. Yeah, the party days are long behind me, so
they're quickly behind me, EMAC, too. Trust me. It's just now illness and vague depression and anxiety.
Yeah.
No, we move forward here, and shout out to EMAC for showing up here again. Hit the like button for EMAC too, just showing up last minute. That's the kind of hustle you will get here always from us at Stokastic, and whether it's us behind this or us in front of the camera, everybody behind the scenes, the content keeps going on here. We know you guys are going to be betting on this stuff, doing fantasy stuff. We always want to be there to support you during those time periods, so that's just what it is here. Anybody that we haven't touched on, EMAC, I feel like we should do a little bit more on QB maybe, but I want to give you the platform a little bit here to talk about anybody who stands out meaningfully to you that we perhaps haven't hit on, because I think it's a pretty clearly congregated group of chalk this week. A lot of guys who I think we've hit on that are going to be buzzed up a lot throughout the course of the next few hours even. But anybody that we haven't talked about, you want to plant a flag for people to maybe play a little bit.
Yeah, Ramondre Stevenson, I think I still want to go to him regardless. I don't think we have the final news here on Harris yet. But I know Ramondre was carrying the Q tag previously. At this point, everybody in the league should have the Q tag as we head into week 17. But he's someone I really, really like. And I'm actually counting on him to stomp Nolan Spud Kelly into the ground in our Dynasty Championship. But he is going to be a player I really like, particularly on FanDuel, where it's, we're looking for touchdowns. We're not going to be alone in this. He's going to be on at least a quarter of the lineups, but $7,000, very fair price tag there. For those of you playing DK, he is, does just fine in the full PPR. So he's someone I think we should, is worth a mention here. What's going to happen with Kenny Walker going up against the Jets? I mean, you've got there, as you mentioned, they're a solid defense. He's kind of a one-trick pony in that he looks really, really good, but it's mostly running between the tackles. And then ultimately he breaks off a 40-yard touchdown or whatever it ends up being. That's been a lot of fun seeing that. But, how's he going to do? I'd stay away from him on DK, but I do. He's going to be in my 150 on FanDuel where I'm playing today. Mix. We didn't mention Geno Smith in a hey, you bastards, you remember me kind of game here. He gets a little moment. Travis Kelce. Can we say enough good things about him? Is Denver just packing it in? I mean, bounce their coach. If they could hit the reset button on Wilson, are they going to eat the cap? The cap hit is massive this year. If they move away from him, was this just a bad year? I don't know, but he's still got 2 more games to play. So we know that Kansas City, they're gunning for as high of a seed as they can get. They're looking for an amazing postseason run here. So I think that all begins with Kelce, and then Allen Lazard. Can things be consolidated with him with that banged up Green Bay and very thin Green Bay wide receiver core? Those are kind of the players that I think round out the more obvious plays. But again, as we mentioned, the obvious is 20% or less at this point. And remember, behind us, you got another 3 hours before kickoff. You're going to get, the deeper dive breaking down every game in its nuance. But this is just to help you guys kind of call out your player pool and say, okay, who's kind of my building blocks? Now, how am I going to get different? The next hours behind us will tell you how to get different.
And one football thing too that I think is kind of interesting that sometimes people miss in the DFS part. And again, like I work at Football Outsiders, sometimes the football analysis stuff doesn't necessarily marry perfectly with the DFS stuff. But I do think the fact that everybody and their mother is going to remember what happened with Jerick McKinnon the last time Denver played, including Denver, that there is a pretty decent chance that Travis Kelce could have an outlier day just from the fact that Denver doesn't want to get destroyed by McKinnon again. So they certainly could try to sell out to stop those short routes. I could open things a little bit more downfield for Kelce and also just concentrate some targets his way. Like EMAC was talking about a little bit there in general, which is the concentration of targets is a crucial thing at this point of the year. So if Christian Watson's out, Allen Lazard gets a better play. If Denver keys in on McKinnon, Travis Kelce becomes a better play. There's a lot of ways for that to work out. And I'm also fully with you, EMAC, that I think Denver, to me at this point, people have been like, oh, maybe this will be the thing that gets them reinvigorated. I think they're fully 1-2-3 Cancun mode right now, where it's like, you want to get to the offseason.
Their offensive linemen fought each other after the game within view of TV cameras. You can't make this up at this point.
It's brutal. Like it's one of the things where like, I think it was actually the backup QB, but like fighting with an offensive lineman to defend Russ. Like,
Brett
who were on both sides. Like Jerry Jeudy also took public defense of Russ this week. That can always be a weird thing, but even not reading that part, it's just they're not playing for anything. And they got absolutely boat raced last week. And I have loved this Denver defense. I've thought they were good all year. If you're giving up 50 to Baker Mayfield and Cam Akers and Tyler Higbee, you are done. You are checked out. There's not a lot left for you to do this year. So Kansas City could win easy here. And that's the one risk profile for Kelsey is they win easy. And then what do they have to do with him? But it's still worth the risk because that could be 3 touchdowns to Kelsey and that could make his day in one half.
Yeah, this is fun. I see someone was throwing at anyone looking at Royce Freeman. No, when he popped up last week, I thought, oh God, he's still in the league, huh? that was my thoughts about Royce Freeman.
Not only is he in the league, but they're like, yeah, we need to give this guy a bunch of touches. Like Darian Gabawale, we saw enough with your 3 touches in the first half. Now let's go to Royce Freeman. But that's football coaches. I feel like that's football coaches like are the one thing that this time of year, especially where you're like, why would you do this? And that's just how 50% of the games go in week 17, week 18.
Yeah, this is good. Larry C says he's learning new phrases today: boat races, tugging on Superman's cape, etc. Yeah, this is the throwback show. This is the unscripted behind the scenes show.
Tugging on Superman's cape is a great expression because that's just like, you don't cross this guy. Like I've always loved that one since I was a kid. So I think EMAC, you can dust that one off, bring it back if it's not. I think LeBron's probably quoted in some Instagram post at some point.
Jim Croce though. There's a whole song back when we had songwriters, and that was good times. Good times.
So one decent league owned guy that we haven't hit on, Keenan Allen. I think just kind of an interesting play here. Yeah. I don't know about you and how you feel about the Rams. I don't think that game last week was a signifier of what's to come. I think that was kind of a one-off. They outcoached a team that was clearly not putting their full ass into it. Chargers D getting healthier. They're also getting Joey Bosa back today, which could be a big help, probably on a limited snap count. But defensively, they started to gel. There have been articles about them bonding, going to dinners in Newport Beach and whatever. But really, you see it on the field with them coming a little better. I think that's the one risk I have for Keenan Allen EMAC, but I feel like he's a guy where a lot of the older receivers have really disappointed this year. He has shown a lot of upside down the home stretch, and he's getting a lot of targets, shown some good skill overall. Certainly a risk Mike Williams can beat him out and just get the deep catches and then not open up whatever Keenan Allen can do underneath. But is Keenan Allen a priority play for you with him projected for, I would say, a surprisingly high 15%-ish ownership?
Are you ready for a good laugh?
Yes.
No, because he's not in the FanDuel player pool. They left that game out.
They didn't swap the games.
I'm assuming that they had excluded it because that was the game that was the placeholder, Sunday Night Football, and then when it got flexed, they had already launched their contests. So yeah,
that's so lazy. Like, I mean, I also just don't get that decision. Like, I know that
because they had that makes sense because they have the Pittsburgh-Baltimore game in their player pool.
So FanDuel's their contest goes till 11:30 tonight. Then theoretically,
yes.
That's insane. That's lazy. That's lazy upon lazy.
No, it is. What you should have done is put everybody in and then just red X'd whatever game got flexed, right? We see him do that all the time. That would be fine. Or even take it. Go ahead.
What was that old site that used to do that where it was like you would play the entire Sunday?
Fantasy Feud used to do that in the start. DK went all the way through Monday. Everybody went through Monday, but there
was one a couple of years ago that got acquired that I remember.
Fantasy Draft. They got bought out.
That was a fantasy draft.
Yes. Yeah. But they used to go through Sunday Night Football, and Yahoo did up until 2 years ago, as well. But yeah, FanDuel got a FanDuel starting the new year off right here.
So yeah, certainly a wrinkle there. So yeah, you cannot play those. You can't play Keenan Allen or any of those guys on FanDuel, but you can play Kenny Pickett stacks. So good for you, I guess, getting that into your life.
I can't wait. Because I was like, what do I want to do with Cam Akers? Wait, why is he not in our projections? And I'm getting ready to write our projection. You left out. I'm like, none of the players in here. This is weird.
So we got the deeper dive here coming up in just a few short minutes. So one last question, one game we didn't talk about much at all that I do think we should touch on the way out here. New Orleans and Philadelphia. Obviously, the deeper dive will go in at great length about that one. No Jalen Hurts today. It is going to be Gardner Minshew going again, which could theoretically make for more passing volume, but also could make for a different risk profile overall than just not extending that game too much down if New Orleans doesn't show up, which is very much a possibility. But EMAC, are you prioritizing anybody there? And while you say this, I would encourage you guys to hit the like button one more time before we go here. Of course, Laffy, Alex, and Ben coming up next to give you guys the good info, but hit the like button for us while EMAC talks about Saints and Eagles.
So I think Minshew and Dallas Goedert are interesting. I think Minshew and AJ Brown are interesting. I wouldn't double stack Minshew. I think he's a competent quarterback. I think a lot of teams should be looking at it right now and saying, how was he not in our plans? How did we not go after this guy who was languishing on the bench, rightfully so, behind Jalen Hurts? I think he's good. I think he's adequate, right? I think he should be a starting quarterback in the league. I think he would be like a Geno Smith type, right? Just he'll get there, right? He can take anything that's positive and do something with it. He won't win games by himself. I like him today. He's going to throw the ball. He doesn't really do much with his legs. Shout out Washington State Cougars. But he's someone that I think, if he's under center, 202 is a reasonable projection here. But I think it's more of I'd rather just have him with one of his receivers rather than trying to multi-stack him.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more of a believer in AJ Brown this week, but I really thought Gardner Minshew was going to get destroyed by the Cowboys. For him to go in there and throw for 350 yards in that game was a shocker to me. I think he was about as well coached as any QB I've seen this year. He's not Jalen Hurts. He can't run the same way, but really Sirianni did a great job as kind of getting him to do what he needed to do to get in that game and almost win it. So I think against the Saints, I think they're going to boat race him again. I love that phrase. Boat race is one of my favorite football phrases, but they're going to boat race him today. I think it's going to be an AJ Brown day. I would worry about Devonta Smith a little bit, and also could be a little bit more work for Kenneth Gainwell because of the fact that Minshew can't run as well. We did see Gainwell get some more snaps, get some more easy little short passes. Probably not a tournament play, but maybe one that does pull a little bit away from Miles Sanders. Any final thoughts, EMAC, here as we go and yield to the Deeper Dive crew on this fine New Year's Day?
No, I see Nick Lepre, my grandson, in chat today. Hope your dad's doing okay. Thoughts for you guys there. I hope to see him in chat again soon, commenting on our shows.
So make sure to go follow EMAC on Twitter at EMACDFS. Follow me at Chris Spags. Check me out on Splash Play as well. I'm doing that 5 days a week, all season long, because I'm obsessed with having a YouTube channel that's 1/100th the size of Stokastic. But I appreciate each and every one of you guys for hanging out. Good luck today. Happy New Year to you all. And stay tuned. Coming up, Laffy, Alex, and Ben giving you that good info on the Deeper Dive in just a few short minutes. Bye, guys.
Welcome to the Stokastic DFS YouTube channel. Today we'll be going over the NFL lineup generator, which is behind our paywall, but you can try Stokastic plus Platinum out for 3 free days and take a deeper dive yourself. We'll go up here to the Tools tab, and we'll go to DFS Lineup Generator. Today we'll be looking at the NFL lineup generator. Click on this, and you can click what site and what kind of tournament you'll be playing, whether it's the main or a showdown slate. We'll do DraftKings main tournament, and then here you will pick what kind of stacks you want to have with your quarterback. Do you want to have just one receiver, tight end, or running back with your quarterback? Do you want to have one of those things with your quarterback plus a run back from the team that they're playing against? Do you want a two-man stack with run back? Let's try the two-man stack with the run back. And then you can choose your ownership setting. So chalky might be more suited for if you're playing like a cash game or you just want the highest projected output. Where contrarian would be the opposite of that. You might sacrifice some projection in order to get some lower ownership, but bigger upside. And then right in between is the balanced lineup. Let's try contrarian, and it will give us our first lineup. And as you can see up here is your total salary used, the projected fantasy points for this lineup, and then the cumulative ownership for your lineup, which is 79.2. It gave us Lamar Jackson. He's stacked with Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely. You can see each player's fantasy point projection here, as well as their ownership right underneath. If you wanted to swap out one of these players, you would just hit this button. Let's use Ramondre Stevenson for an example. And then here's all the running backs you can choose from. We'll go Tony Pollard instead, and there it is. And down here is just an easy way to see your projection, whether it's low, medium, or high compared to the other potential lineups. And then the ownership. So as you can see here, this is very low ownership because we are almost fully over into contrarian. If you like this lineup, just click save. It will spit out your next lineup. Go through, make any kind of decisions that you may want to change. If you like everything the way it's set up, click save again. If you don't like the lineup it is giving you, you can just quickly hit discard and it'll quickly give you another lineup. This one has Pat Mahomes with McCole Hardman and Juju Smith-Schuster. Again, if maybe you love the lineup, but there's just one thing you don't like, you don't want to play McCaffrey for some reason, then just hit that button, make your decision, and then boom, now it's Derrick Henry. You see you're still under the cap, and save again. Once you are all done with all of your lineups that you have saved, or maybe you just want to take a quick look at the lineups that you have saved as well as some exposures, scroll down and click view saved lineups. Here are your 3 lineups, and then here are all of your exposures. So you can see we have the San Francisco 49ers defense in 2 of our 3 lineups. Lamar in 1, Dalvin in 1.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Happy New Year. Ushering in 2023 here with a little deeper dive action. 13-game slate. You are watching the Stokastic.com NFL Deeper Dive Week 17 edition. 13 games. We're with you for the next, I don't know, hour, 40 minutes. We'll turn it over to Live Before Lock after that, and they'll take you up to kickoff. So don't go anywhere. I don't know if you're covered up in a blanket right now. Vomiting on the floor, feeling good, maybe like Jordan Klein. Went to sleep at 9 p.m. last night because he's a responsible adult. Me, not so much. I'm Dave Loughran at Lafayette_D, LOUGHY_D on the Twitter. Joined, as always, by Ben Rasa at JazzRazDFS. The man has come back to life. He is back from the dead. He now has a pulse. He's no longer sick, and he's on the deeper dive with us today. What's happening, brother?
What's up, man? Yeah, I feel great. Everything's relative, of course, but compared to where I was in recent days, I'm feeling really good. It's awesome to be back, have a voice, see everybody. I'm not super thrilled about week 17. There's a lot of shenanigans on this slate and a lot of totals around 40 points, but at the same time, we got plenty of football to break down. A lot of money up for grabs today.
You look better. You sound better.
Yeah, I am better for sure.
Tuesday was a rough one.
They were all rough.
Yeah, they were. And yes, my goal was just, I haven't stopped drinking yet.
Smart.
So that's it. I'm joking. Matter of fact, my daughter slept until 7:25 today, which was a gift from God. Because yesterday when I slept in, she was up at 5:30. So we're good to go. Feeling much better than I thought I would. How about Alex Baker at Awesemo DFS? Got the glasses going today. Yesterday was an experience for you, huh?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I had a very contrarian New Year's Eve because I had like a stomach bug or something. So like I couldn't eat anything. And our plan for New Year's Eve was going to this steakhouse. So I was just like sitting at the table at the steakhouse, not eating anything. Like you know how they like say you're supposed to do like the brat diet? I was just like doing the like Brack diet, which was bread and champagne. So,
As long as it wasn't something like straight out of a scene from Bridesmaids where you leave the steakhouse and start shitting in the middle of the street.
Well, if that happened, I don't remember it.
All right. Well, we're all here. We're here for you guys because this is what we do. If you haven't done so yet, it would be greatly appreciated if you now atone for your sins heading into the new year and hit that thumbs up. Alex, can I say it now that it's 2023, that our New Year's resolution is to get, say, 1,000 likes? Is that more appropriate than when I did it on Friday?
Yeah, I think that's a good one. Yeah, New Year's resolution, it's tough because like you usually could keep up with them for a little bit and then it kind of fades out. So are we sure we want to embark on this?
I'm sorry. I got people talking outside of my door right now.
What the hell's going on over there?
Absolute zero consideration for the occupation here. Just nothing at all. I hope you can hear me.
Is it like strangers? There's just like people in the house or what?
No, it's my wife on the phone and my kid just screaming. We live a life around here. All right. You ready to talk some football, fellas? All right.
Well, no, let's talk some hangovers again.
I'm well versed if you want to dive into it. But Ben, 545 likes to 1,000 should be quick work, right?
Yeah, I haven't hit the like button, so you got to factor that in as well. Here we go. There's one more.
All right.
I don't know about quick work, but I'd say, I mean, we're gonna get there. How quickly? I'm not sure how chat feels. It's a new year. I don't have a good pulse on where people's heads are at, how everyone's feeling in chat.
All right. Well, I can tell you this much. It's greatly appreciated from all of you. It helps us out a lot. Subscribe to the channel as well. And let's get into this one. 13 games today, Ben. You got Arizona and Atlanta. We'll kick it off with that. The Arizona Cardinals, I mean, last week was an illusion. Anybody could come in against Tampa Bay and look competent. Amazing to even think that, but it's true. But you're without DeAndre Hopkins now. You don't even have Colt McCoy. You don't even have Trace We're talking David Blau in this one. And I'm sure we all remember those Thanksgiving games with David Blau. He is near and dear to our heart. But this is just a team right now where I'm thinking, as ugly as it is, and I said this to you on Tuesday, I still don't mind James Conner because he probably plays almost 100% of snaps in this game.
It's hard to think that he won this team. The most impressive thing about the Cardinals is that they have unlimited quarterbacks, which I do find impressive. They got guys I had no clue were on the team. McSorley, I didn't even think he played that bad. And now they just move on to a guy I thought was on the Lions still. Team is, I mean, the spread says it all. They're a pretty sizable underdog to an Atlanta team that's struggling. You mentioned their alpha on the outside is there or not there. Connor should be busy. Dortch, I mean, what do you make of that? Of course, we're going to talk about him at his dirt cheap salary, 11 targets in that last game. He's going to be a name that's going to come up today. So some options, even on a team that clearly is playing as bad as the Broncos beat them. That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah. Look, I'm as bad as this team is, Alex, they're still only 6-point dogs. There's a lot of low totals on this slate. Greg Dortch was Trace McSorley's safety blanket last time out. He's the bare minimum without DeAndre Hopkins today. I mean, as ugly as a team that this is today, and as low as a total that they have, I don't think we should just be entirely overlooking the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, everything's relative to price. So Dortch, he's only 3K on DK this week. So given what we saw last week with his workload, I think I was a little bit concerned because it was kind of an anomaly he got that much work. But now that DeAndre Hopkins is out, it just seems like there's plenty of playing time to go around here. So I do think Dortch is a solid play. And the only tough part is because he did go off last week, everyone is going to be on him regardless of how they come up with their lineups. So I'm a little bit worried about the ownership, but I mean, he's 3K.
Yeah, he's very cheap. The only thing is, last week it was a different quarterback throwing to him. So who knows if it's going to be like Ben? Who knows if it's going to be David Blau's preferred target even without DeAndre Hopkins? What if it ends up being Marquise Brown or Trey McBride? I know it sounds ridiculous to say that, but we don't really know.
No, I think that's a point that can't be overstated, to be honest. You know, a lot of times, if this was Trace McSorley, I actually would be kind of looking at this game slightly different, because we say, okay, we got a little sample. It was small, but clearly he locked onto these type. We have no idea. I mean, how many times do we see a quarterback change and suddenly a secondary option becomes the go-to guy in the offense? I don't think it's a given that Blau is going to mirror what McSorley did. So I think it's pretty clear that Connor is going to have a serious role no matter what. But some of these secondary, cheaper options, whether it's McBride, Dortch, Hollywood, I mean, these guys, I'm not sure exactly how we can hone in on any of them, but they're still worthwhile considerations.
Right. You might just be throwing darts here, honestly, just to figure out which one it's going to be. How much higher owned do you think Dortch would be if McSorley was the quarterback today? Do you think it'd be significant?
I don't. And I think that it should be different, but I don't think it would be that different if it was McSorley.
All right. Yeah, just for me, Connor, if he's going to be on the field all game and they target him in the passing game, just the PPR value there. Plus, Atlanta doesn't have a high-powered offense, even though they're going up against a bad defense. I'm willing to eat that ownership. I don't mind that he's relatively popular here. Let's talk about Atlanta, though. First, Jorge just gifted. Jorge is Happy New Year, man. He just gifted 50 memberships, 50 Stokastic members, YouTube memberships here. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to Jorge, and thank him if you have received one of those, because it was unnecessary. And a $20 super chat. Happy New Year, guys. Well, you too, man. Wishing you all the best for you and your families. I'm going to need it. My God. Looking forward to a 2023 full of DFS wins with or without you guys. Thanks for everything you do, and looking forward to more from the team. You're the man, dude. You're the one that keeps this engine going. People like you, Jorge. So thanks, dude. Atlanta, Alex. Let's talk about this one, because you got Tyler Algier, 6-point favorites. He's relatively popular. He's been good. He's not particularly involved in the passing game, but he's still viable for sure. And then you got the Falcons defense coming in at 12%. Drake London around 10% ownership. I understand all of this. It's just a matter of how much do we want to rely on the Falcons today?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a great spot for the Falcons, to be honest. They have a team total of 24, pretty high for them. And you know that the workload is going to be a little bit consolidated, because they had been doing a 3-man rotation with Caleb Huntley as one of them, but he's on the IR. So now it's just Algier and Patterson, and it seems like Algier is getting a majority of the playing time. So he's only 5,300 this week. He's and 6,700 on FanDuel. So it's a really good value this week.
What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, we're going to talk about this with a lot of games. Like, I feel like in a different week, I'd be ripping this game, saying ignore this game. Both sides have some appealing options. Now, Atlanta, since they've made the switch at quarterback and whatnot, and they've always been a pain point in that backfield. But Alex just mentioned, with Huntley, maybe that clears it a little bit. So I am looking to some of the Falcons. I'm not sure I'm looking to stack them up. You've got London on the outside, very reasonable price. That's the one thing about this game. You're not going to break the bank targeting these guys. So I wouldn't mind taking a stab here or there, but at the same time, if you don't get to Ritter, I don't think a lot pops off. So maybe outside, large field tournaments, a shot on a Falcon here or there. But for me, couple Cardinals, and I could do without the rest of this game.
I kind of feel the same way. Yeah, I don't think London's crazy. He's seen a nice target share. So that's the thing. We at least know that Ritter's looking his way, and he's the clear top option on a team whose other pass catchers are, Zacchaeus and Demir Bird. It's not pretty at all. So I think you could see another double-digit target game for him, but it's also a team with wildly underwhelming passing volume. So they don't want to throw the ball. And with David Blau on the other side, I wouldn't be surprised if they just run it as much as possible. So Algier in that sense definitely makes it. He's kind of a decimal back, kind of is.
Yeah, I mean, he's only gotten targeted 10% of the time he's been running routes. So She did run routes on 54% of plays last week, which is encouraging, but I mean the price is too low for a guy that's
Agree.
Favorite in this game.
Yeah, I agree. They were playing from behind all of last game, so I wasn't sure how much that had to do with him getting targeted. But yeah, it's for sure a good spot. I'm not trying to downplay it. Let's talk about Chicago and Detroit, though. This 52.5 point total, Alex, but you're still walking into a Chicago team that just has a million question marks, right? Like there's just so many moving parts here. Fields is incredible. Despite 11 rushing yards last week in a weather game, I thought he would run a lot more. If you're stacking Fields, even if you're just doing a skinny stack with Fields and one pass catcher, Claypool's expected back, but you've had Eberflus has said like he doesn't really know the offense entirely yet, so that's not great. Pettis is questionable, and he's Dante Pettis. All roads kind of lead to Cole Kmet here, which is what I guess feels fine, but at the same time, you don't have many options.
Yeah, I mean, the other guy you could look at in the field stack is Claypool. He's really cheap on FanDuel compared to DraftKings. 5,700 versus 4,500 on DK. So it looks like a much better play on FanDuel based on their salary cap. So Claypool is someone that you could consider, but I mean, always the major concern with this Chicago team is the passing volume. So really just hoping some touchdowns go one of these guys' ways.
Yeah, and Ben, you're always interested in Justin Fields. You've been a believer from the beginning. Through you weathered the storm with old Fields here, but now the backfield's even more. Even that's murky because David Montgomery isn't really priced for Khalil Herbert to be back. He's priced essentially with the Khalil Herbert out. So you got a Russian quarterback. You have David Montgomery, and now you have Khalil Herbert, who's a talented backup who could see volume at any time. That's what worries me about this spot. And it sucks because Detroit gave up 320 rushing yards last week to Carolina.
Yeah, a couple hundred in the first half.
Brutal.
Just multiple 100-yard bonuses, handing them out like Jorge hands out subs. Just really disturbing stuff. Having said that, Fields, you kind of know what you're getting into. Look at last week. He had 11 yards rushing, and it's very difficult to get there with that. And then he can go for $150 on the ground and do things that no other quarterback can do. So with that, he's always in play. He's got a massive ceiling, very, very dangerous. Of course, there's no weather issues here. It's hard to stack. They got Q tags all over, a wide receiver room that I didn't have a lot of interest in to begin with. And you've got Kmet. You mentioned the backfield is a mess now. So it's a great game. It's an electric player. And I always have been on the Justin Fields train because I've seen the ceiling like most of us have now. But it's not the easiest construction when you play him because the stack is still very, very difficult.
It is. Who's your favorite pass catcher then? Is it Kmet?
I mean, I think it has to be him almost by default. And I don't even like Kmet here, but he at least gets rid of a weaker position at tight end. So that's a good opportunity cost. Claypool and Pettis sporting Q tags and St. Brown. There's just a lot of names there. Pringle. I don't know how you pick confidently from the actual wide receiver room.
That's the problem. Are you going to be running a decent amount of naked Fields?
I think that's probably where I would prefer to go. Again, Kmet is a fine attachment, but it's not like he's flat 3 and you're saying, okay, maybe he falls in the end zone. He's 4,500. Like you're going to need some decent target volume to get there and a score probably. So it's not something that I think you have to attach. I would rather play Fields alone than play him with any other bear.
There's also some nice cheap tight ends out there today that we can talk about. It might make you feel uncomfortable, but we'll talk about it. Alex, our top stack tool right now, it was recently updated, has Detroit as the highest rated stack. Oh, by the way, we just extended. I talked to people about this, and Ben, you were on the call. I said, listen, 3 free days for NFL doesn't make the most sense in the world because if you do it on a Tuesday, you're very limited as to how much you're getting. So keep that in mind whenever you decide to do this. The link's in the description and it's in chat. It's now 5 days, and it's kind of technically 6 because it goes till midnight of the the 5th day, but it really equals out to 6 days. If you know what I mean? Like if you're doing it midday, the one day, it's kind of 6. It's almost the entirety of the week. So links in chat, links in the description. If you wanted that, we just extended it to 5 days. It just makes way more sense for football. Not like basketball where you have games every day, or even hockey, right? Or baseball. Football, you don't have that. And we want you guys to see what all the tools are about, because we want you to love them and win money. And this gives you an opportunity to do so. You're getting the top stack, the ownership, the lineup generator, which is amazing, brand new. You'll love it. You're getting the boom bust tool, everything. All of our tools are included in that for 5 days now. If you want to take advantage, it's well worth checking out. Tell you how to get some free months later too. Might decide to do that instead, especially if you're in Ohio. Shit, you guys have it made right now with sports betting opening up. But yeah, 79 rating in our top stack tool going to Detroit, Alex.
Man, how lucky is it that Ohio came live today and not yesterday? Because I'm sure people would have gotten their sports betting career off to a pretty bad start. So
that is so true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in such a brutal way too.
Yeah. Those games yesterday were crazy, man. It's like, I know scoring happens more on New Year's, but I didn't know that happened more in football too. So as far as the top stacks, Detroit, yeah, wow, they're the top stack on DraftKings. Jared Goff is incredibly popular on FanDuel, so it's hard to poke holes, but it's just the ownership is too damn high. 17% on Goff on DK, 21 on FanDuel. So I mean, the Lions, they do have a huge team total. Let's see, it's 29, so that's absurd. It's like the highest on the slate. So they're not expensive. It makes a lot of sense, but the ownership is very high.
Yeah, it is high. Amon-Ra St. Brown is up there, Ben. Jared Goff, 14% Jared Goff on a 13-game slate. That is remarkable.
It is remarkable, but it's easy to see why people, even I was building this morning, didn't have like a ton of interest, and before I knew it, I'm looking at our tools, playing with the lineup generator, things like, and Goff appears, and he's so cheap. He's thrown the ball 37 or more times in 5 straight games. He's got ample targets. He's indoors. There's a lot of reasons. It's an easy stack to build. So I get it. You're not going to be alone, but it's also very, very enticing. And St. Brown should really be busy, as he seemingly always is.
All right, let me get into the weeds a little bit here with you fellas. And Matt Savoca kind of alerted me to this on Thursday. I thought it made a lot of sense. Jamal Williams is 5K flat now. As far as like game script goes, as a decimal back, Ben, for those of you wondering, Ben can explain it to you, because we kind of crowdsourced this and got a good, this is chat. This is all chat. It was Ben's concept. Chat came up with the name.
Yep.
I know, and Alex will tell you, and he's 100% right. Like these goal line touchdowns are just a lot of variance there, and you can't just rely on that every week. But man, if there was ever a chance or a position for Jamal Williams to start finding the end zone again after 3 straight games without finding pay dirt, 3% ownership. We have to at least talk about him here with the highest total on the slate. 3%, everything's going to the stack.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to it. And obviously when we talk about decimal backs, which is a back where you can take his rushing yards and just move that decimal to the left because he doesn't do anything else, and Jamal Williams is the king of that, you're going to probably have to fall in the end zone multiple times. And if they get to the 1 yard line, this guy, you can basically count it. And we've seen that early in the year. The problem that I have with that, and I get in tournaments, you're going for the ceiling, you're not as concerned. If you don't get it, there's no like middling option with a guy like this. You get 3. You get 3 points and you are in huge trouble. There's no like, he wasn't great, he got 11. Like, you better hope that he finds the end zone. And I've taken shots with Swift, who we'll talk about in a second, thinking that in some of these game scripts, he could be part of the Goff attachment. And it really did not work last week. I was super disappointed considering they were trailing the entire game. So you have options in this backfield, but no options that I think you feel comfortable with. tournament centric, I would rather still roll the dice with Swift more than Jamal Williams.
Okay. Fair. You could almost say that Jamal Williams needs to score twice, honestly.
Oh, no, he does. Once is not going to get it done.
No, when you said 11, I'm like, yeah, it could be 11 with 60 yards or 50 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, that's his middling performance. Like,
yeah, Alex, with that, how do you approach the backfield here, just from a tournament perspective?
Yeah, Jamal Williams, that's a bad play if everyone's on him, but it seems like because he hasn't performed recently, he'll move over to Swift and away from Williams. But those goal line touchdowns are worth a good amount. So I don't mind taking a shot on either Williams or Swift. The only thing is they also have Justin Jackson getting carries too. So it's really a situation where I'm not that excited about either guy. So I wouldn't mind. It's interesting because it's kind of a leverage play over the Goff stacks to pick the running backs potentially, but it doesn't look like they're individually like amazing plays.
Okay. Justin Jackson questionable too. So that'll be interesting to see if he sits out of this one, if more goes to if there's just whatever his low volume of work was goes everywhere else. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that because if this team does score 30 plus points, we've seen it before where a lot of it comes on the ground and the ownership there is super low. I think for tournaments, it makes some sense. Alex, let's talk about the Jags. Jacksonville, 3-point favorites against the feisty Houston club, huh? But Jacksonville, technically, like they have a very, very thin margin to get. It's possible that they could get a wild card spot. That is actually true. Very unlikely. They need all the stars to align. But more than likely, this all comes down to week 18 against the Titans to decide the AFC South. The 3-point favorites, though, they're not sitting anybody. What do you have interest in a stack here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested. I think the playoff implications are really overblown because the incentive to not, tank the game is so high where like suppose they like lost this game because they like sat guys and then they missed the playoffs because of that. Even if it's just like a 1 or 2% chance, it's like that would probably tilt so many people. Like people would be so pissed. So I imagine they're going to try to win this one, even though it's only an incremental improvement. And the sacks, it's fine. Trevor Lawrence is showing he's got some game, and you got 3 guys that you can potentially pair: Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, and Evan Ingram, who are all solid. Now, I will say I'm kind of interested in Christian Kirk. He's been a little bit colder than the other guys, but over the season, he's been the best guy. So I don't mind just trying to get some lower ownership on him versus going to Zay Jones.
How about you, Ben?
Yeah, it's always a little. I think I did the college live before lock yesterday on this very channel, and we had a lot of questions about Alabama. Are these guys? They said they're going to play in the bowl game. Are they going to play the whole game? And honestly, the answer is we don't know. But you got to kind of take them at their word. The Jags are saying they're not resting. They're putting these guys out there. I'm going to operate under the assumption that it's all systems go for them. So having said that, this is a team we've seen made strides. We know that Lawrence and these pass catchers can be a high upside stack. And with Kirk, I think very reasonably priced. Zay Jones has had some huge games. Ingram, I mean, what the hell's going on there? Crazy volume. You have a lot of attachments to Trevor Lawrence if you want to go to the stack. And Houston's played better, there's no doubt. But it's still Houston. It's still a team that I'm pretty comfortable attacking if you want to go that direction.
Does it make you uncomfortable? Would you almost prefer that Evan Ingram had stayed bad for the rest of the season?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Yes.
If anyone's wondering why I asked that, it's because you were on him for like the first 13 weeks of the season and nothing.
In the past 5 years, but yeah. Okay.
And nothing materialized. And when you finally jump ship, you get people tweeting you like, hey, there's your guy. And he's the reason you're not winning tournaments.
Correct.
Yeah. I hear you. It happens way too often. Happened with me and Sanders earlier this season, but all right. I still like Ingram today. He has a monster target share over the last 3 weeks. It's not just that one. It's not just that 1 week either. Evan Ingram has been significantly productive with a lot of volume. I actually don't think that they come out here and take it easy. I think that this is a young team that you want to go in to week 18 playing good football, especially against that washed Titans team right now. So I like Ingram here. I don't know how much stacks I'm going to have, but I don't mind Jacksonville. The question is, Alex, who do we run it back with? I mean, Cooks is 4,800. I don't think that's the most insane thing here against one of the lesser talented secondaries in football.
No doubt. Yeah, I mean, Cooks is a solid player. The only thing with Cooks that I'm not crazy about is he hasn't been seeing quite as much playing time since making a big stink. Last week, he ran routes on 76% of plays. The week before that he played 72%. This is compared to like 90% earlier in the season. So do you feel like he's taking a small haircut due to falling out of favor with the coaches? The guy I'm kind of keying on is Chris Moore, who's targeted less, but he's out on the field more. And he's actually been pretty good so far this year. I think he's famous for busting as chalk a couple of weeks ago, but that's kind of why I'm back on Chris Moore. Is it seems like other people are off him.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Cooks was out for those games, so it'll be like Moore still played 91% of snaps last week, though, even with Cooks back. Nico Collins is on the IR. So yeah, I mean, as ugly a team as it is, Ben, there's no Damian Pierce, and it's just a flat out, I mean, mess at running back. You can't touch that right now, but I'll have a little bit of Brandon Cooks sprinkled in here.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. You're looking even like Aiken's another guy that I never could get right, but they have some options. If you're looking for an attachment to a Jacksonville stack, certainly Cooks, Moore, one of those type of guys makes a lot of sense. If you're looking for a one-off play, I'm not going to be stacking up Houston. I think that's probably a little much, but I mean, the spread also tells it all. I know we didn't dive into the spread on this game. They've taken some money. It's come down. It's only 3 points. So this is supposed to be a very competitive game.
I got Houston at 4.5 early in the week. I think they compete, but who knows? This could be one of those games too, where Ben, like where a team plays really well over a few week period and then they turn into a pumpkin again. Like it happens all the time in the NFL.
Oh, no doubt. So it's going to be, this is one of those things that I think that a lot of people, if Jacksonville, alters their plan mid-game, there's going to be a lot of people saying, why did we play Jacksonville? Why did we do that? I think that's just something you have to kind of evaluate pre and say, if that happens, I'm willing to live with it, or I don't want to bring that into my lineups today. I'm going to avoid this game. You can do that, but you are probably doing yourself a disservice in the sense that some of these Jacksonville players would factor in. We just don't know if Peterson, if there's any scenarios that he would say, you know what, I'm going to pull Lawrence off the field late because the game is out of hand a little quicker than I normally would.
Wally Ball said, hit the thumbs up, everyone. Get Laffy to 1K at least one day, first day of year. Yeah, I mean, thank you, man. And it's not just me. It's Ben. It's Jordan behind the virtual glass as well. It's all of us. Take a second, just a single second. I know of the 2,500 that are in here, there's some of you out there that have hands with fingers attached that could take a second to hit that thumbs up. It's appreciated. It doesn't go unnoticed. So we'll get there. We'll get there, Wally. We had a super chat, a couple of them. Best flex at 6,100 from Clownin. Thanks, fellas. Best flex at 6,100. You guys have a take on that? Going to Cam Akers today?
I'd rather go to McLaurin, but I'm not. We'll talk about Cam Akers in a second, but at that price, I'd rather roll the dice on McLaurin. I think you could see some good work today.
Okay. Jordan had sent me a couple other super chats here. We got think before you type. Alex, which players are going to shit today? I assume this is a negative connotation, or he's just clear play on words as well, with it being in quotes. Are there any is there a top, I'll phrase it this, is there a top high owned player that you are not particularly fond of today?
Well, that's always the toughest question in DFS to answer, but Justin Jefferson, I guess. It just is, he's an amazing player, but it is like an outdoor game in Lambeau. The weather today there isn't bad. It's like 30 something degrees, so better than normal for this time of year. But it is still a shift from playing in a dome to outdoors. That will affect passing. And then it's just like he's been insanely hot. So of the seats. But yeah, I think he just the ownership doesn't seem to be in line with projection and salary.
And then Blitz, free, using that free super chat, free 19-month super chat, been with us almost 2 years. Say Happy New Year's to everyone. You guys are awesome. Thanks, Blitz. So are you. And thanks to Jorge, again, gifting all those memberships on top of that. Big stuff. All right, let's talk about Denver and Kansas City. Bennett, this will probably make you very uncomfortable, but I still have a little bit of it. Like, assuming Judy plays, he's 3%. Cortland Sutton's 5%. Greg Dulcich is on the IR. I'm not saying I'm looking to stack this team up, although it is funny. The only good game Wilson had this year was against this Kansas City team before the concussion towards the goal line. He was crushing, and Judy had that 3-touchdown game in the same matchup. Kansas City's allowed 31 passing touchdowns this year. That's 6 more than any other team. Pretty significant stuff. But, and I'm not including Tennessee because they already played this week. Before the week started, it was 6 more than any other team. I'm not averse to the fact, or to the idea that maybe Judy and Sutton are viable plays at such low ownership this week.
I mean, it could not get worse than what we saw. They fired the coach. I'm fine with it. I'll give people just a sneak peek because, listen, it's a new year. A lot of good things going on. Our premium insider access in our Discord. You can always join that, get our plays on the betting side. I bet the over in this game. I think this is going to be high scoring, and Denver's going to have to do their part, and I think that they will. They're a massive underdog here, but I think they play a lot freer. I think that they'll be the dead cat bounce, even though it's late in the year. They will show some life offensively here, and you've got serious weapons on the outside. I know you kind of alluded to it, but does that mean that you have some interest in Russell Wilson, or you're saying maybe as one-offs more than an actual?
I kind of do. I kind of do.
The truth comes out now.
I kind of. Oh, it's so gross, man. But I don't know. Also, are we really to believe that Nathaniel Hackett gave up play calling duties to Kubiak back in November? I have a tough time believing that. Wouldn't be shocked if his footprint or his fingerprints were all over it.
He won't be calling plays today. That much I can confirm.
That's what I'm saying.
I know. Right? No, I'm with you. I mean, they hired. Oh, we hired the logistics coordinator. Like, come on, give me a break. Get out, and now they have a chance to see going forward what will happen.
Look, it's a super sketchy situation. It could just get even worse. Actually, it can't actually get worse after last week. We'll see. I kind of like it. I don't hate it. Alex, do you have any interest in Denver?
Well, Jerry Jeudy is kind of the guy that had been on a hot streak, but now that Cortland Sutton's back, I think it makes both of them look kind of uninspiring as far as DFS plays. And then, yeah, Latavius Murray, I don't have a ton of confidence that he's going to have a huge workload between him, Mac, and Edmonds. So this one's tough because maybe you want to stack up Kansas City and run it back with Jeudy or Sutton, but it doesn't look like it's a great roster construction.
Okay. What about Kansas City? Second highest top stack rating. They have the highest top stack probability in our top stack tool right now.
Yeah, that's tough. It's always a tricky spot when the top stack is a huge favorite. So, that being said, it's the plays are good, and they could just run up the score early in the game. You never really know. The Chiefs pass the ball at a very high rate, so I don't mind it, but it's never that exciting to pay a ton for a stack, and then they get up big and you stop scoring points.
Ben, are you coming in heavy on any Kansas City spots this week? I will say too, Mecole Hardman's not playing. They were talking about maybe activating him. And if so, how are you sorting through all of the viable pass catchers on this on this team?
I think you kind of answered the question right there. I find it incredibly difficult to go very aggressive on a particular Chief because it's a pick your poison type team, and they've shown they can chameleon themselves to however they want, and they're nearly a 2-touchdown favorite here. So is it a team that I'd like some exposure to? Yeah, absolutely. If I have $8,100 lying around, would I like to go get Travis Kelce? Sure, that'd be fantastic. But it's very difficult to say, oh, this is a Pacheco game. You know, they're gonna just go crazy with him, or this is McKinnon, or that they have so many weapons. And so it's more just finding the spots within lineups to say, okay, I want some Chiefs exposure, or I'm just going to fade the game and hope that it's guys that are made up, which we've seen happen time and time again. So Kelce is the obvious option, but everybody knows that. And then from there, we've seen the rotation, and I'm not sure why that would change today. It's always a roulette wheel with the Chiefs.
It is. Amazingly too, 60% of Kelce's touchdowns this year have come in 2 games, and they were both showdown slates. They were both primetime games.
They were.
Remember, he had the 4 touchdown game with like 20 yards, and then he had the 3 touchdown game as well. Kelce's expensive. If you're playing like 1 or 2 lineups, Ben, it is difficult to get to Kansas, not to get to them, not to play the lineup, but to feel confident in it, because you really are just blindly throwing darts and hoping that if you land on Kelce and Juju, or maybe McKinnon, who's had a couple monster weeks, or maybe MVS finds his way twice into the end zone, it's really difficult.
Yeah, and that's just kind of what you have to deal with. It's in single entries and things. I think more people, again, are more apt to say, I'm not going to take a dart throw. But in tournaments, we know that when you have a team that can score 5 or 6 touchdowns in any game, there's just a chance that someone random consolidates 2 or 3 of them. And that guy is going to be incredibly important to the slate if you happen to land on him.
No question. Hey, what was Beef Squad said, every site gave me my Ohio promos except for FanDuel. Shocker. Those Ohio promos right now are out of control. I threw all the links down there too in the description. If you're in Ohio, betting just went live today. I was doing a video for this. And if you have $30, there's 4 books where if you have $30 combined, so it's like 5 on one, 10 on the other, 10 here, it's getting you $800 in bonus bets. $800. BetMGM is one of them. DraftKings, FanDuel, Typica, or Bet365 has the bet $1 in the 200. I wish I was in Ohio right now, because they don't
want to move there. I'm moving to Ohio after the show.
They don't give me this in PA anymore. I can tell you that much. If you're in Ohio, check. I threw all the links in the description for all of those sites. You literally need $30 to get on 4 books and get $800 in bonus bets. Otherwise, if you're saying I'm not in Ohio, but BetMGM is available to me, you get 2 free months of Stokastic plus Platinum as well. $240 when you take $10, throw it on the site, put it on any straight bet, whether it's a prop, a side, a total, doesn't matter. $240, all of our tools, everything on the site, not just for football either. I'm talking every sport. If there's contests out there on all these sites, we have content for them. You're talking every tool we have, the lineup generator for basketball and for football. And if you're saying I've wanted to sign up, but with the amount I play each week or each day, it just doesn't make sense. And to some people that's understandable. Well, now you're getting in, you got to use the link. Otherwise we can't find you. Jordan can throw it in chat. You might, if that's you're playing with a smaller bankroll, you're playing, micro stakes, or kind of just grinding out smaller stakes. Now you're getting $240, 2 full calendar months for $10. And the hope is, hey, you come in there and you crush. You use the tools to your advantage. You win a lot of money, take down a tournament or 2, and then you say, hey, I want to stick around. I love the Discord. I love the top stack, the boom bust, the lineup generator, the lineup builder. I love all these tools. But stick around, because now I got access to the best tools out there, and I got it for $10 for 2 months. So give yourself an opportunity to take advantage of everything. And if you hate it, you can leave at the end of the 2 months, and it'll be no worse for wear. Also, if you lose that first bet, you get it all back. in free bets, up to $1,000. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. You're getting the 2 free months anyway. And if you lose, it's entirely risk-free. It's coming back to you into your account. So link in the description for that. And in chat, BetMGM. We'd love to see you guys come check our tools out. Easiest way to do it. Legit, straight no-brainer. $10, $240 worth of the subscription over the 2 months. Get all of our tools. All right. Let's talk about Miami here, Alex. The Dolphins are starting Teddy Bridgewater today. Really simplest question for you is not what we're doing with the running backs, because that's a pretty ugly spot. What are you doing with the pass catchers in a relatively difficult matchup without Tua and with Teddy? Because Teddy actually got Tyreek Hill to some big games earlier in the season.
Yeah, I mean, Teddy is not a bad player by any means, but it is a tough matchup versus New England, and it's a bad field shift where you're going to New England in January. So I do feel like it's probably a spot where you're better off fading Miami in general, but they do have talented players like Hill and Waddle, and they could definitely break a slate, but it just seems like this is not the optimal week to be rostering them.
What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like anything, there's always going to be the one benefit when guys are overpriced, when guys are not in great situations, the industry sours on them and you can get them at lower ownership. And it's still Tyreek Hill. If he catches a screen pass from me and he runs 90 yards, what's the difference? But obviously you'd prefer Tua throwing him the ball in Miami. Now they caught a nice day everywhere. This is not blizzard conditions, but it's still not what you would prefer. Rather be in a dome. I'd rather be in Miami. So I think it's pretty clear they're not in the best situations. It's a 41-point total. They're slight underdogs on the road. And for that reason, I'm not super high on the Dolphins altogether.
Are you high on anyone from the Patriots side?
I think that Jacoby Myers is going to make a lot of sense. If you're in that mid-range, he's flat 5K. Target should be there. We know that he's not the most prolific scorer, but he's been finding the end zone here and there, and he did score week 16. So if you're gonna get that 5+ targets, between 5 and 10 at that type of price, I think that he's pretty reasonable. He's more, I'm not gonna say he's only cash viable because that's not true, but he's more of a higher floor, lower ceiling type guy. But I think there's some merit to going there. Stevenson, I know he's a little banged up. I assume, I haven't seen it, but I was operating that he was going to play.
He's expected to play.
Okay. I still think Connor and Cook and some of the guys right above him are where I would go.
Okay. I like Jacoby Myers a lot, actually, this week. I think he's a strong play against Miami's kind of a pass funnel defense. Certainly New England with Mac Jones at the helm is going to be using Ramondre Stevenson a lot. Don't get me wrong. But I like Jacoby Myers here quite a bit. I also don't think that Hunter Henry, assuming he's not limited, because I know he was limited in practice throughout the week, I don't think he's insane either, because Jonnu Smith is out. You might see him get a ton of snaps because they already run a lot of 2 tight ends, or a decent amount of 2 tight end sets, some 12 personnel. I think Hunter Henry could play a ton of snaps if you're looking for just a very cheap tight end. Alex, what are you doing with the Patriots?
Yeah, I mean, the Patriots, Jacoby Myers is always a great play. It just gets a good target share. He's a good player. And kind of put that huge mistake behind him where he lost the game for the team. So it didn't seem to matter as far as the workload, because he was out there running routes on 100% plays last week. Tyquan Thornton is maybe an alternative to Greg Dortch that no one's going to be on. And he's got a great amount of playing time for being 3K. So that's going to be someone I'm kind of interested in. And then Ramondre Stevenson, always a great option. Slightly worse because Damien Harris is going to be playing this week. But for some reason, Stevenson's only 7K on FanDuel. And I don't really understand how they came up with that price, because it seems like he's getting a clear majority of the work here in it. So I think Stevenson on FanDuel, that looks like a great spot.
Indy and New York. All right, Colts 5.5 point dogs, 39-point total here. Very low implied total for the Colts, Ben. The only player that I'm looking to, and You guys can chastise me all you want for this, but I think Jelani Woods at almost minimum salary, I think he's fine. Listen, here at least hear me out, okay? I saw that smirk over there. Hear me out. Nick Foles is a stud. No, he's not at all. He was a little rusty. Well, maybe he comes back. The real reason though is that Kylen Granson is out again, and the 2 times that Kylen Granson has been out, Jelani Woods has played 64 and 63% of snaps. Both of them are season highs. And he's not like a super late round draft pick. This guy is kind of a freak. He can be good. And we saw Foles look his way a lot. If you need a cheap tight end, okay, I'm not saying you just load up on Jelani Woods, but if you need a cheap tight end, I don't think it's insane at all to say, hey, this guy can break off big plays. They looked his way early in that game. And with Kylen Granson out, you might see another 60, 70% snap share.
You were on Jelani Woods pretty heavily in the prop world against the Chargers. Those were sweat-free cashes. Got there early. And we're talking about a price point. This guy, actually, if he can just fall in the end zone, you're good. Like, it's that type of situation. Foles did not look good, but he still threw the ball a healthy amount. It could be even more. He had 29 attempts against the Chargers. Now they manufactured 3 points. Now they're playing on the road against a Giants team that has to have it, but I still think there is some merit there. The guy that I struggle with a little more, I would love to target Pittman. I thought that the price was getting down there. I'm just not sure I can do it with this quarterback situation with the lack of touchdown upside. He's clearly the best player on this offense. I'm just not sure what they can give you. So I get Woods as a punt tight end, athletic guy. Don't have a lot else to say for a Colts team that I think most people aren't expecting a ton from today.
Alex, with bad teams like this with really low totals, I'm more inclined to, if I'm going to take I'm more inclined to take the really cheap guy at a pretty volatile tight end position like Woods. What about you? Any interest here?
Yeah, I mean, Woods is a good play this week. Zach Moss is someone that should be under consideration because of last week he got a dominant workload for the Colts. Deion Jackson maybe is out of favor with these coaches, but it remains to be seen if that was like disciplinary last week or not. So I'm not like over the moon on Zach Moss, but I think he's a reasonable play. And then Pittman, a good player, but he's quite expensive for current the game today. So I'm looking at Moss and Woods here.
What are you doing for the Giants side, starting with Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, Saquon, he's a very good play. Like, the only thing going against Saquon is there's some other really solid plays at running back, so he's probably like 3rd or 4th on my list. But they're a decent favorite in this game. He's not overly expensive at 8K on DraftKings, so I think he's solid. And then Slayton, Hodgins, Bollinger, it's like they all seem to be a little bit too expensive this week. But if you're stacking up the Giants, which I don't think is a bad idea, then throwing one of those guys, that makes sense.
Ben, the one issue for me when it comes to the Giants, not Barkley, but the passing game. It's like last week, Richie, the guy who won the Millie, had a six player game stack from this one. It was Barkley, Jones, Richie James, Hodgins, and then on the other side, I think Jefferson and Hawkinson. But this profiles as a game where New York Giants kind of bread and butter, where they win these games, is just not to throw the ball a lot. And all these guys have come up a little bit in price.
That is where I have some concerns as well, because we've seen the Giants in some of these recent weeks get into game scripts that are really favorable for our lineups, but not that they wanted to be in. They've lost games. The Eagles, they were destroyed and they were forced to throw the ball. They had 42 attempts through the air for Danny Dimes against Minnesota. What happens if they lead throughout here? What happens if they're able to control Foles in the offense? And I think there's a high probability of that. How much ceiling does that give us? Now, Saquon, cash viable for sure. Very safe floor. If he's going to flirt with 10 targets, forget it. That's really good volume. But at the same time, those secondary receivers and stuff, I think they need the right game script to truly have multiple paths to success here.
Agreed. And the Colts have one of the lowest totals on the slate. So it does definitely, it lends to this game being a slow one. The Colts, every week you have no idea how they're going to make a game really odd and find ways to just look even worse. But who knows? Maybe they come out early and they have to throw. But I think, yeah, we're all in agreement here. Barkley is the clear play in this one. Giants defense is there's so many cheap defenses. Am I wrong to say the Giant, not that they're not viable, but 3,900 is still quite a bit for the Giants, even against this bad Colts team.
Oh, I mean, I think the best thing you could say about them is I don't think anybody's looking to pay that much for the Giants defense in this spot when you have some really good defenses like $1,000 cheaper.
Yeah. Written by Jay said Indy has injuries on defense, big ones, as well as on the defensive line. Yeah. They ruled a couple guys out for the season there. So that is definitely one where it's going to help. I mean, like these guys are just bad to begin with, but yeah, I think it's going to have an impact on top of that as well. Let's keep going though. Also, we are 188 likes away from 1,000 with about 45 minutes to go. Are there 188 of you out there looking to atone for your sins now that the new year is upon us? Well, I can tell you how to do so. You can wash yourself clean of all of that dirt just by hitting the thumbs up one time. Am I wrong? That's all it takes. Just one. If you hate the show, hit the thumbs down twice. It's all the same. All right, let's talk about the Colts and the Eagles. Chris Olave, Alex, is expected to play in this one. They're 5.5-point dogs going up against what is almost certainly actually going to be a Jalen Hurts-less Philadelphia Eagles team in Philadelphia. Do you like anybody from the passing game for the New Orleans Saints today?
I guess the answer is probably no. It's hard to write off a whole team like that, but I'm not seeing particularly good values like Olave 6,100 on DK. That's really expensive, and then him coming back kind of impacts negatively the other guys, and then Taysom Hill takes just enough away from Kamara that I'm not seeing a ton of value here.
Ben, are you seeing any? And I'll point out Dwayne Washington's out, just not a big deal, but Mark Ingram's on the IR as well. So maybe David Johnson will be the one to get these. Yeah. Oh yeah. David Johnson, man. Last game, I think he had like 6 or 7 carries. He was unsurprisingly ineffective, but yes, David Johnson, let me see. He had 7 carries last game for a crisp 16 yards and 2.3 yards per attempt. Not bad. Anyway, are we still trying to get to Alvin Kamara at this stage of the game?
I don't know about trying to get to. I think the reasons that I would look to him are that I have a lineup that's very, very conservative and it's in a more aggressive type of tournament. I want to pivot off maybe a more popular play in that same range, because I think that James Conner and Dalvin Cook and some of those guys have some more paths to success. Now, Kamara is getting serious volume. It's not a volume issue. He's got 21 and 20 carries over the last couple games. Target's not where you'd want them to be, but he's certainly, he's one of the furthest away from a decimal back. Tough matchup, Philadelphia, no doubt. They are a dog here, but it's not going to be like last week where it was 0 degrees and whatnot against Cleveland. So I don't mind it, but he's still a pivot off what I think are the more prudent plays in the same range.
Okay. Yeah. In the off chance that Olave doesn't play, and look, we expect Olave to play. So I'm not saying that he is expected to play with that hammy. Who knows? Weird things happen. We don't have the inactives yet. If he doesn't, I think Rashid Shaheed at 4,000 becoming the number 1 receiver there is viable. I think it was Jeffrey in chat mentioned that Olave playing could help Shaheed. The only reason I don't see it that way, it's not to say he couldn't have a good game. The only reason I don't see it that way is because this team is another one where you're just not going to see a ton of passing volume if they don't have to. Maybe they will have to, but with no Jalen Hurts, might not be the case. You have Taysom Hill involved as well. I would prefer it to just be like, all right, Shaheed's your number 1 here. But likely not going to be the case. Ben, what are we doing with Philly today? Sanders has finally fallen below $6,000 on DraftKings.
Yeah, so Philly's a tricky team, obviously, right now, where they're trying to, lock up what they need to lock up without hurting anybody, as we've seen. And Minshew, not that, he represented himself just fine. Miles Sanders is in a crowded running back range, but he has dropped kind of from the tier we just talked about with Kamara to kind of that next tier with Akers and McKinnon and those guys. So I don't mind it. I'm actually on oddchopper.com right now looking at the player prop. 77.5 is out there. It's at BetMGM. So for people looking to take advantage of that, I would suggest that if you're, again, we're Ohio is the state right now. If you're looking to take advantage, BetMGM sometimes with these player props, they hang a number that you can't find elsewhere. So that link is in the description of this video. You sign up there. And you're getting all that free money, and then you can bet some of these props at the best numbers. And Sanders is one of those props that I took a pretty close look at today. I do think if you're going to, again, 20 touch upside on the ground, we've seen that at several instances this year. You're asking for like 4 yards a carry, and I think that keeps him playable at both the salary and certainly in the player prop world if you're looking to take advantage.
Alex, how are you attacking this Eagles team today with Minshew expected to start?
Yeah, I think overall it doesn't make a huge difference for the pass catchers. I don't believe. Maybe it looks like his projection's about 20 yards or 30 yards less passing. So I guess that's significant. But Miles Sanders is the main beneficiary from Minshew starting because Jalen Hurts gets so many goal line carries that it really hurts Miles Sanders' upside. Plus, he gets a lot of rushing attempts. So, I think Sanders is going to get more rushing attempts, more goal line touchdowns. So, he stands out as a good option for Philly.
Okay. And Steven C with a $20 super chat just to say Happy New Year, fellas. Hey, you too, man. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. All right. Good things are on the horizon for Steve C. Appreciate you, man. All right. You talked about Sanders, Alex. I know you talked a bit about Minshew as well, but are you interested in any Eagles stacks in this game? Because right now, not pulling a lot of ownership to anyone. And it is worth noting, Devonta Smith's price point he's been awesome lately, but that price point is not far off from AJ Brown. All year long, they've been pretty far separated. Now it's an $800 difference, both of them surpassing 8K or 7K.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's tougher to get to those guys today because you do have a lower team total because of the matchup and that Minshew is starting. So AJ Brown and Devonta Smith look like this probably isn't the best week to target those guys. So I'm really sticking to either, Sanders or you could possibly go for Goddard, but his price is also relatively high.
Do you feel the same, Ben?
Yeah, I think so. It's again, a lot of these games where the puzzle pieces don't fit perfectly. And that's where I've always said, why are tools with 13 games, the tools identify some of these spots to maybe ignore some of these spots that jump out a little more. And for me, the Eagles are stuck in that neutral range. It's not perfect. You can look there. We had a question about the Saints defense. I don't have a ton to say. They're super cheap. I think if you're just punting defense, that's more than reasonable. You just need to grab a couple turnovers and you'll be fine. But I think that this is a quality game, one with viable plays on both sides.
Okay. Yeah, I'll always go back to Sanders.
We know you will.
And it won't end well. It has gone well many times this.
Can I just say, as someone who does this too with guys, and it's not his fault, but I'm going to blame him. And I think you'll agree with me. Even when somehow it works, it's never on the right team.
Yeah. Oh, never.
It's like, oh, wow, I got it. Ingram had 7 touchdowns and my quarterback never played. Like he just turned out he's not in the league anymore. Like, oh, so I have a 0 at quarterback now with Ingram with 72 at tight end.
So you're right. So it's totally wasted. And it doesn't even feel good to say that it worked. Yeah. outside of people in chat trolling me, being like, "Hey, you finally got the Sanders game," and they're unintentionally trolling me because it doesn't work for us. Yeah,
Correct.
I got you. I will point out though that the New Orleans Saints defense, the run defense this season, has not been as stout as we've seen in previous campaigns. They're 21st in run defense DVOA. It's not that good, right? Like they're easily bottom half of the league, allowing 4.5 yards per attempt. They've allowed 14 rushing touchdowns, which is, worst in the middle of the league. So while they're not awful against the run, obviously, they certainly haven't been as stout as we've seen in the past. So, check that in the box for why I'll play Sanders and why it won't work. All right, Carolina and Tampa Bay. Let's keep it moving here, fellas. Panthers, Alex, 3.5-point dogs, fighting for the NFC South here. Against a Tampa team why won't they just die? Not literally, figuratively speaking. Like they don't deserve to be at the top of the division. None of these teams do. One of them's going to have home field advantage in week 1, so that'll be exciting. Do you look to the backfield here? Are you looking to DJ Moore? Are we doing anything with the Carolina Panthers today in Tampa?
Yeah, it's tough because Carolina's really been going for the run recently, but they have a timeshare between Donta Foreman and Chuba Hubbard, so really makes both of them look pretty unappealing. Like they could definitely get there, but they can absolutely tank your lineup too. So, and then the lack of passing makes you less excited about a guy like DJ Moore. So, I'm not seeing a ton here on the Panther side. I guess DJ Moore is fine, but not anything too exciting.
Ben, any decimal back interest in Donta Foreman in a timeshare today?
No, it's Detroit was just so ill-equipped that you were able to get
how did
there,
that even
but
happen?
I don't know. What you really need in this game is if you're trying to access this game is Tampa to play from ahead, because Tampa's not going to suddenly or they can't run the ball. They don't want to run the ball. They don't try to run the ball. That'll force Carolina, though, to speed. If Carolina gets ahead, it's going to tank the Brady stacks, and it's just going to, you're going to be leaning on 2 backs to salt the game away. They want to play slow, and they want to get the game over with. Brady wants to throw the ball 55 times like he seemingly does every week. So it's tough with Carolina right now. You need the right game script for DJ Moore.
You do. Cheyenne said, all of your guys' decimal back talk last week threw me off. Donta Foreman, LOL. Just to be clear, just because a player is what we can call a decimal back, I won't get into everything, but for those of you just hopping in now, didn't hear the conversation, aren't familiar with the term, somebody that if they're not scoring touchdowns on the ground, they're not producing anything more than the yardage totals that they get from a fantasy perspective. It doesn't mean, Ben, that they're bad plays. It just means that they're volatile, that the range of outcomes for them is like 3 fantasy points or sometimes 30, but they're not going to do anything through the passing. It doesn't mean just fade all of them. Of course not. We've played Derrick Henry for years.
Exactly. But just, look at Foreman's just recent box score. He's got the 25.5 last week. He has the old 0.9 against Pittsburgh. So that's not exactly getting it done.
He has a 2 mixed in week 11, an 8. Yeah.
Yep.
A 4. Exactly. All right. Anyway, Alex, I have some tepid interest in Leonard Fournette here. Ben's right. This is the highest, they throw the ball at the highest rate in football, almost 70% of the time, which is insane. But at the same time, Leonard Fournette, yes, Rachaad White's in this backfield, but Leonard Fournette last week had 20 attempts and 10 targets. He had 29 touches and 30 total looks. I don't know, man. Maybe they go back to Rachaad White here and they run the hot hand. If they don't, though, in a game where they're 3.5-point favorites at home and what should be relatively low scoring, where they might not have to throw a million times, Fournette is at least worth conversation here.
Yeah, definitely. He's been playing pretty well. The price is low, and stop trying to make Rachaad White happen. It's not going to happen. It seems like so. Last week Fournette got 67% of the carries, ran almost twice as many routes as Rachaad White. So despite the news coming out that he has a Lisfranc injury that seems to not have been slowing him down a ton, The Brady stack is also pretty valuable because of that pass rate, and Chris Godwin seems to be getting a ton of targets, so he's someone I'm gonna be looking at.
Ben, how are you attacking the Bucks today?
They're going to be important for me. The volume is just so ridiculous. And if you're talking about full point PPR, these 1 yard passes add up so quickly. Never mind if they're a little more efficient and they're scoring. Fournette's going to get a ton. Godwin, I don't want to play, 1 game sample size, but I remember watching, and it was a huge upset at the time when the Bucks played Carolina the first time. Evans could have had 70 in that game. He had 15 targets. And he had 9 for 96 with no touchdowns, and he had multiple opportunities for big time touchdowns.
Well, do you remember the drop in the first drive?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what a game that could have been. And I know I'm not saying he's Justin Jefferson. Everyone's talking about what he did to the Packers the first time. We could be talking about that with Evans the first time with the Panthers with a couple different plays. So you've got ample opportunities to stack up Brady with running backs, pass catchers. You could pump with Otten as well at tight end. A lot of ways that the Bucks are throwing the ball so much today.
And I assume you're cool if you are stacking them, throwing Fournette into some of those stacks.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think you have to be. They use him in the red zone as a pass catcher too. Marcos said, "What's up, Marcos? Happy New Year, man. What are the chances some of these players are hungover?" I don't know. Good question. We're about to find out, but it's not exactly something, we're not getting breathalyzer blood alcohol reports for each player pre-game. So we're just going to have to roll the dice. And we had one, someone said, oh, here it is. Blake said, I owe a lot of bad people money, so I need a miracle here. That just reminds me of Nigel Gruff. No? No one knows.
Yes, I know. I don't have an answer for you of why this is. I was thinking about the replacements today, not that scene, but for a different reason, and I don't know why.
It's a great movie. Is he smoking on that guy's smoking on the field? Oh man, it's the best.
That's a good movie.
All right. Alex, anything else on Tampa Bay before we move on here?
No.
All right. Let's talk about Cleveland and Washington. We might be able to make relatively quick work of this game, but we will do our, due diligence, and we'll cover all of our bases. For the Cleveland Browns, 2.5-point dogs, 41 point total in this game, Alex. They have one of the lower implied totals on the slate, still sub 20. It's 19. Is there any argument at all right now for going to Deshaun Watson stacks? He's been bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's always an argument because the way people have been performing correlates pretty strongly with their ownership, but it does seem like the team total 19, not particularly exciting here. And then usually what I'm looking for with the stack is some players that are individually priced pretty well, but you're not going to find that in Cleveland this week.
Ben?
It's funny. I just even now I was thinking, it's only been 2 games. This is going to be his 5th game. It's starting to be okay, maybe it's going to be a more of a longer term turnaround.
They have 3 offensive touchdowns in the 4 games that he's played.
Yeah, I really was okay, it was his first game, shake off the rust. Then he played in sub-zero conditions. I can give an excuse, but it hasn't been. We've seen maybe some flashes, obviously, against Cincinnati. He threw the ball 42 times. It's going to give you some rushing, but I'm not really there. 41 point total. As Alex said, there's always some merit in large fields just being different with your stack, because if you hit it and it's even a low probability outcome, you can vault up the leaderboard. But I'd be lying if I said that Watson was at the top of my list.
Yeah, me too. And yeah, Vinny, the linemen in the replacements are some of the greatest characters ever. I might have to watch that today. I might have to throw on the replacement.
You do that every day?
No, I haven't seen it in a while, but
What?
Good nostalgia for sure. All right. On Washington, Alex, Ben was just talking about Cleveland. The only reason they're 2-2 since Watson took over is because the defense was great against Houston. They had 3 defensive touchdowns, or 2 defensive, 1 special teams. You get the point. And then against Baltimore, it was a spot where it was 13, they held him to 3 points. They held the Ravens and Tyler Huntley, who looked so much worse than I remember, to 3 points. The offense has been bad. The defense is playing better. The secondary has looked good, but here it is. The run defense is still inferior, and Antonio Gibson has already been ruled out for this game early in the week.
Yeah, I think Brian Robinson is definitely a good play this week. He's going to be popular because the price is just too good for him. But he looks like one of the best plays, in my opinion, because, the knock against him is that Antonio Gibson was getting some looks, but I don't think they trust Jonathan Williams nearly as much as Antonio Gibson. So I have to imagine Brian Robinson could see more work in the passing downs as well, or just run more routes in general this week. So I really don't have any reason not to like Brian Robinson.
Ben, when it comes to Robinson, is he a decimal back in this? Again, I'm only using this. I only use that phrase to talk about, like, do we need him to get there on the ground? That's the only reason we're saying this. But with Gibson out, do you think Robinson will take on some of that workload through the air?
So yeah, this is a rare opportunity for a player to say, I'm more than a decimal back. Usually you kind of are what you are, but I mean, if there's ever, I'll say this, if it's not today, it's never going to be, because this should clear the field and really give him an opportunity to contribute more than just on the ground. He's a prototypical guy that's only going to get there with carries, touchdowns, and maybe a fluke bonus if he's really going. Getting 3 or 4 targets in this game would go a long way for him to boost the floor. And with Gibson out, it's got to be at least a better chance. I don't know if he'll do it, but he's got a better chance to contribute in other areas.
I think regardless, he's a good play today, right? Like, he's just a very good play. His ownership reflects that. But I like Brian Robinson a lot at this price. If Antonio Gibson wasn't on this team, Robinson, while he's not the most talented guy, he's still a 6K running back if he's getting the work that we assume he's going to get. And Justin, holy shit, dude, I had no idea that Nigel Gruff was Otto Hightower from House of the Dragon. Yeah, it did, dude. He said that, so I looked it up. I didn't even know his real name, so I just put Nigel Gruff, actor. He's Otto Hightower from House of the Dragon.
God, I read the comment, and I'm thinking, like, and then I'm like, well, I'm not even going to think about this because all those shows have like 75 people who look alright.
No, he's a main, like, he's one of
the main, like one of the 4 characters I would know by name.
That's nuts. Vince with the $10 super chat. Much love, my guys. Weekly request for the Alex Baker Russell Gage pick of the week. Every week. Wait until the end, but don't forget me. Nah, man, appreciate you. We'll get there. We'll get there for sure. I think we had another super chat. Lee, wait too. Alex, lower owned play that you're okay. So I don't know if you have this information yet. Alex, lower owned play that you're over 25% in your lineup. So he's saying a lower owned play that you have 25+% exposure to. Really just a lower owned play that you like today and will be above the field on would be the easiest way to go about this.
Right. Yeah. But it's pretty tough to get to 25% on a low owned play, but yeah. Some of the guys that I'm seeing a lot in my lineups, I'm kind of stalling here because, like, all the guys that I'm seeing in these lineups, it's like none of them are like super contrarian, but looks like maybe the Rams receivers like Tutu Atwell might be a little bit under the radar. Honestly, I'm seeing a lot of kind of chalky lineups. I'm kind of liking the Atlanta just players in general. So going to like Desmond Ridder is a pretty reasonable option. And I might not be able to give a Russell Gage of the week, but my Shane Falco of the week is David Blau. So I think that he's just cheap enough, and then Hopkins being ruled out makes the Arizona Cardinals receivers a little bit better values. So I think you can pull off the Cardinals stack.
All right, getting cheap there. Ben, last one from Liker, $2. I hope Liker has liked this video because we're 58 away from 1,000. We will get there with 20 minutes to go here. He asked, last man in, ETN or Mike Evans? I assume you're going Mike Evans here.
I am. Just the volume in the passing game is too much to pass up.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, anything else for Washington from you, Ben?
We had a question earlier in the show at 6,100, and I said, McLaurin as kind of a tournament play that I don't think's on a lot of people's minds. You don't know what you're going to really get, but it's just a talented guy, home run upside. Don't want to force him in. If I landed there, I'd be okay with it. Not a bunch else, I have to say, from the Washington side, though.
Okay, let's talk San Francisco and Las Vegas. Alex, Raiders are starting Jared Stidham. So that's happening. They are not, this was 6 points. It moved to 10 with the Stidham news. It's down to 9.5. I don't know if there's still 10s out there. I don't know if Ben looked at that or what. It doesn't matter at this point, unless you're in Ohio. In that case, you're looking for every opportunity you can get. Mm-hmm. By the way, if you are in Ohio, our Odd Shopper YouTube channel, you should be living over there now. I mean, they are in there. If you finally have the ability to do so, check out our channel, man. I just did, check it out. Take advantage of all those promos. Get your money up. Get your bankroll up everywhere. Use oddshopper.com. Use our channel. And use those links in the description to get all your promo money, and we'll see you over there. Become part of that family as well. We'll welcome you. Do you like San Francisco today of course we like Christian McCaffrey, but are there any viable pivots here? Like Eckler's, we're getting him at 7% ownership is where we have him right now against the Rams. Are you going to eat the chalk here with Christian McCaffrey and just get a lot of him today against this Raiders team?
Yeah, it's hard not to love Christian McCaffrey this week because his workload has been very good. He's pretty much game script proof, and the price isn't insane. He hasn't been performing great, so the ownership's not crazy. So I think he's a great play. I don't mind stacking up the team either with going with some Brock Purdy. The team total for the 49ers this week is 26. So that's one of the higher ones in the slate. So you just need those touchdowns to go to passing instead of rushing to have Brock Purdy be a pretty dangerous player this week. So, and one other factor, I don't think you need to run it back with San Francisco necessarily, because the Raiders players like Jacobs and Devontae Adams are very expensive. So there's a good chance that they produce decent, but still don't make the winning lineup.
Okay. Maybe this is irrational, Ben, but with Christian McCaffrey, I still do look at this as a team that, as good as amazing as he is, they're not, especially as almost double-digit favorites here. They're not saying, all right, Christian McCaffrey, we're just going to load you up on opportunities every single week. He has 17 opportunities. So 14 carries, 3 targets against Tampa in week 14. Then against Seattle, he did a ton, right? 26 carries, 8 targets. Last week against Washington, though, pretty easy victory. He had 15 carries and 2 targets.
I worry a little bit about that in a game like this that you mentioned, again, on the betting side of things over on OddsShopper, we talk about this a lot more. The spread has moved, and for reason, it was serious news, but 4 points. We're now flirting with a double-digit favor for San Francisco. I would really think with a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, they're not going to give him unnecessary work if they don't have to. So when you're talking about flat 9K, you need all the volume you can get. Can he get there? Absolutely. We've just seen it. Can the game stay closer? We've seen that as well. But there's also, I think, a lot of scenarios where Christian McCaffrey today has around 20 total touches. And that's a lot of pressure to turn that into a point value that can get there for this type of salary. So I'm with you. I think that the Raiders are so bad right now, it actually hurts McCaffrey because they might not need to use him, and I don't think they'll hesitate to go elsewhere if they can.
Yeah. And at this rate, it was Jordan Mason. Mitchell's coming off the IR soon, but Tyrion Davis Price was out there last week when it was Mason the week before. I don't know, man. Do you either of you guys want to target the Kittles and the Ayuks of this team today? maybe they throw more. Kittle's so tough because as amazing as he is, this could still easily be like a 4 or 5 target game, and he's going to need some of those big plays, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kittle's pretty reasonable this week. Price tag 5,900 on DK. Okay, that actually does seem like quite a lot. So, really, it's all about the touchdown equity here, where San Francisco, they have a pretty high team total, so you're just touchdown hunting. So, going to Ayuk or Kittle isn't a bad option.
How about you, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge, like most people, I don't know how you couldn't be a huge George Kittle fan. He's just awesome and he's unbelievable. But we got to look at reality. When you score 4 touchdowns in 2 games, naturally you're producing scores that look fantastic. If he doesn't run as hot, and he has 13 targets over those 2 games, it's not nothing, but he's scoring a touchdown basically on like 25% of his targets. That's highly, highly outrageous and unsustainable. So I'm a little worried that the price has jumped because of that. And now we're buying maybe a little too more at the top.
Yeah. He definitely leads the team in target share by a lot since Purdy took over. But it's also a team that if they can limit Purdy to 22 attempts, they will.
Yes.
And then Kittle needs to do a lot more with less. Let's hit on a couple super chats. Reverse indoctrination. That's an interesting one. $10 super chat. Thanks, man. Alex, decision for a 100K tourney. 100K to first tournament, currently favored to win, can block one of 3 guys who can catch me with McKinnon, or I can play Kirk in the flex. I'm already starting ETN, but also have Mahomes and Kelsey.
Okay, I really I don't understand what kind of contest this is, to be honest.
I'm assuming it's like what kind of contest would that be?
But maybe maybe it's a fantasy football, like season long, like on my FFPC or something like that. I'm not sure, but
you can't even set lineups this late in the year, right? I thought
theirs is more like traditional fantasy, so I don't know if that's kind of the format, but okay. Can block 1 out of 3 people who can catch you with McKinnon or play Kirk. This one just is more about projections to me because I'm not really worried about blocking. So McKinnon is 12.8. Kirk is 14. So I'd go with Kirk, and then you still got to beat 2 other guys, even if you pick McKinnon. So I think that I just picked the highest projected player.
All right. Good luck, man. I shot him 6 times with a super chat. Happy New Year's, fellas. Thanks for all the best. Thank you for all the help to secure a bankroll. Best stack, DK. Best QB, DK. 49ers a lock at 2,900 against my Raiders. Fire Josh McDaniels. Ben, okay, quickly here. Best stack for you and best quarterback.
I mean, I think my favorite stack, I like Tampa's stack. I do. I think they got a lot of options on the outside here. I'm going to bet on Brady, which hurts to say right now. Best quarterback. We haven't got the Cousins yet. I think a lot of people are going to play him. Justin Fields, of course, has, I think, still the highest ceiling.
Okay. Komet or Conklin for my championship game. Ooh. Komet or Conklin for a season-long championship game. Any take there, Alex?
Okay, Komet or Conklin. Komet we have for 10 fantasy points. Conklin for 7.5. So Komet.
All right.
Cool. One note here is Justin Jackson is inactive today, so I do feel like that's a bump to Jamal Williams and Swift.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so no Justin Jackson. Might not seem meaningful, but it should be a 2-man backfield. Last one, Ben, Vinny, chalk donkey plays of the day, who to avoid and who to play. So again, it's not a question you can just answer like, oh, just avoid this popular guy. But if there's one chalk guy that you really like and one that you're less excited about.
Again, yeah, take this in context. Justin Jefferson is incredible, but he's $9,500 And when I tried to build with him, I did not like the look of my lineups. I felt a lot more comfortable bumping off him to getting 2 top-end players, maybe in that next tier. So if he's very popular as he expects to be, if he goes for 40 as he does all the time, I'm not going to be super thrilled with it because I'm coming in under on him.
Okay. And then Jorge said, thanks, Jorge. Would you guys consider a risky Brock Purdy, Kittle, McCaffrey stack? Yeah, it's not crazy. It's just, again, probably low passing volume is going to make things
a lot
difficult.
of salary.
And it's expensive. Yeah. With McCaffrey specifically, Kittle at the tight end position, that he's pretty expensive there. Appreciate all the super chats. Hold off on the super chats until live before lock, because we got to get through these games, and I don't want to just have you guys super chat and not be able to answer the question. Thanks for getting us to 1,000 likes as well. We have crossed that mark with plenty of time to go. Now it's time to talk about the Raiders. I'm just honestly, Ben, I don't really have much interest in doing anything here. None of these guys' prices reflect Jared Stidham being in. They're all expensive. San Francisco has probably the best defense in the league. If I get burned by this, so be it. But I'm not going to try and get cute with the Raiders this week.
No. Being aggressive with the Raiders, it's so bad right now. I think that means not playing the Niners defense. Like, that's the bold move. Never mind, you're not going to play the Raiders players, in my opinion. So this is a spot you mentioned. The news came out after salaries were released. The Niners defense is going to be extremely popular. And that's the extent of it for me.
Alex, anything for the Raiders?
Yeah, I agree with that. But you're not getting good prices on these guys. One, I'm seeing some inactives that are relevant. I just want to mention real quick.
Yeah, please.
Cameron Brate is inactive, so I think that benefits K Dotton, and then Tegan Quitoriano is inactive for Houston, so maybe Jordan Akins could be a little bit of a sneaky play.
Okay. Jets. Yeah, the hold off on super chat thing worked real well. But James, I will answer. It is the last one. I'm telling you, I appreciate you guys. I'm doing this for you. Like, live before lock, they will take these super chats and answer all of them for you. And they're coming up right after this. And we still got 3 games to go. Not doing this to be a dick. I can assure you of that. This is for your best interest. James said, season-long league, Lawrence or Purdy. Happy New Year. You too, man. All right, Ben, any thoughts on that? Quick
thoughts? It would be Lawrence for me.
Lawrence. Yeah, me too. All right, let's talk about the Jets. I'll tell you what, Ben, this is actually one of those spots where we're talking about some cheap stacks, and we're talking about, you know, some pivot spots. People were talking about Purdy. Alex mentioned Blau earlier. There's some. I think if I'm going real cheap, I really don't have. And I said I probably have some Denver stacks, as gross as that is. I don't mind the Jets here. It is so absurdly cheap. I already love Garrett Wilson as a one-off. The field already does. Like Tyler Conklin, though, with Mike White back, he's sub 3K. There's ways to stack this team and just load up everywhere, literally everywhere else. It's such a cheap stack that is actually produced quite well when Mike White is at the helm. Mike White, in the games that he's played, in the 3 starts that he's made, 315 passing yards, 369, and then 268. That was against the Bills defense. Seattle's no juggernaut defensively either. You don't have to love it, but these guys aren't that popular outside of Wilson.
No, I'll keep this very short and sweet. With Mike White, guys, Garrett Wilson gets a huge boost. All the pass catchers get a huge boost. We've seen 40 or 50 attempts with White in the game. So in a close, competitive, very meaningful game, the Jets stack is one that you absolutely can and probably should consider.
I think so too. Or, I mean, the Wilson one-off, I think one-offs here make sense in more than just one spot. But Alex, what do you want to do with the Jets today against Seattle?
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is a pretty good spot. The Seattle defense hasn't been great, so going to a stack with Garrett Wilson certainly is good. And then I like how that they pretty much have guys playing every snap with Elijah Moore and Corey Davis. So I think the workload looks pretty consolidated, and you can make some nice lineups with the Jets. Tyler Conklin also very cheap this week.
Yeah, Conklin's a nice price, and we had seen some. Ben, like you said, if we see that volume, if we see a lot of pass, I don't think it's a shootout, of course, but if Seattle's offense has any bit of a pulse, they haven't recently against a good defense. I think the Jets can return the favor here. Do you want to get to anything from Seattle against this Jets defense that's top 8 against the rush and against the pass? You have Walker expected to play, Tyler Lockett expected to play. So generally speaking, outside of Marquise Goodwin, who's on the IR, this team is healthy.
They're healthy. I just really respect the matchup, and the prices aren't giving you a ton of room to work with. So maybe as a run back, like if you want to throw Metcalf in there, he's just an absolute monster, can win against anyone. But there are easier matchups on the board for pricey wide receivers. That's for sure. So not buyer beware. I'm just nervous, as you should be, because the Jets secondary has proven they're for real.
When I said they're healthy, I meant that actually that you'd like them less.
Oh yeah. I think you can make that justification. Yep.
Let's talk about Minnesota and Green Bay, though. Before we do, Jordan hit me with the No House Advantage overlay report a few minutes ago. They were sub 50% filled in this one. The overlay there is intentional and it's huge. And you're never going to find that on any of these other. It's just not happening on these big sites. Plus, you're getting $100 first match deposit bonus when you sign up using the link in the description or the one that's in chat. You're getting all of the tools for No House Advantage over at Stokastic.com for free. Alex Baker, your man right here in the glasses, he is the one that built these tools. And they're worth checking out. The optimal lineup tool, the player projection tool. And you don't need, there's no big learning curve here. You don't need any prior experience playing No House Advantage. Like, sure, you wade into the waters maybe, but you're just picking props. That's it. And you're building a lineup with them. There's players that we like today, right? Like say you love Garrett Wilson and you're looking at our tools and it lines up for the over on the receiving prop. It's that simple. Plus you have the tools to guide you, but there's no juice on these props. They're static, so they don't change from when they were posted. And all you're doing is building lineups without a salary. The players you like the most, the props you like the most go at the top. They get the most points. The ones you like the least go at the bottom. They get the fewest points. Playing against the field, great cash prizes, massive overlay, which is more of an incentive than any deposit match, anything free. Like the No House Advantage overlay is something that's sustainable too. It's not a one, at least for the current time. And it's not a one-off. So if you're not over there yet and it's available in your state, no better time to check it out than right now, not just for football, but for all of these sports. So link in the description, link is in chat, check it out, take advantage of the overlay, use our free tools, win some money. And while you're there, check out their play against the house format, where if you hit all of your picks, you 21X your entry fee. Pretty sweet site over there, doing big things. And one of the ways of saying, hey, come check us out is by saying, we're going to intentionally have a lot of overlay in these contests because it's a real incentive for people to come over there and play. All right. And like I said, No House Advantage sponsor the Deeper Dive. Appreciate those guys. Links in the description and in the chat. Minnesota. Unless Alex, did you have anything from Seattle that you wanted to hit on?
Lockett, I think, is a pretty reasonable option. He had that finger injury, but I don't expect it to limit him very much, and he's very cheap on FanDuel.
What do you want to do with the Minnesota Vikings 3-point dogs against the Packers today, given these price points?
Well, the Vikings, we kind of talked about how Justin Jefferson may be a little bit overpriced, mostly on DraftKings. So, and then, maybe going to the Packers side makes sense. It is a little bit trickier because I think I saw Christian Watson. They're like hopeful he plays, but since this is
he's going to test in warmups, they said he's going to try that. That's tough for a 4 p.m. game.
Right. So you can swap down to Lazard, but you're going to be out some salary there. So I think going to Minnesota side, I think is mostly a fade for me because it's just like the expectations for these players compared to what the team total is of 22 today is just pretty out of sync.
Ben, I feel like Dalvin Cook's kind of been, we all have those thorn in the side players every year. I feel like for you, it's kind of been Dalvin Cook this season because, and I think rightfully so, you've been going to him in a lot of these spots where he's the low owned play on the team and Jefferson's getting ownership and Hawkinson. Green Bay is still one of the worst run defenses in the league. They are a run funnel, and you can look at week 1 and say, sure, Justin Jefferson carved them up. Jair Alexander said it was a fluke, so that this should be a fun matchup. But Green Bay is ranked 32nd in run defense DVOA. Do you have any interest in getting to an 8% owned Dalvin Cook today?
I do. It hasn't been a volume issue. Certainly some really bad yards per carry here. It just hasn't been able to get it going in spots. And then, it has been a pain point more on that's a personal level. Of course, against India, I didn't need him there, but I'm not deterred. This is a big time game. I think the opportunities will be there. And of all these options, I actually think that given his ownership and the price, he sets up better than some of the other ones within the Vikings.
Yeah, I think so too. You already talked about Jefferson, just how hard it is to build lineups at that salary. What about the rest of this game? Because the Christian Watson news is significant. Alex is right. You can swap to Lazard. And there's a handful of 4 p.m. games here, but there's only 2 4:20. Well, we'll know before 4:25. So we do have 4 games that you can make some changes if you want. But just as a whole, how do you attack this game from a stacking perspective and all of that?
Yeah, I'm not super into the Green Bay stack, to be honest. The backfield is a mess. Aaron Jones seems like he's hurt. They play him, then they pull him off the field. Dylan's getting work, but not enough. And then on the outside, you still got a lot of weapons with no clear, Watson at times has flashed. Now he's banged up. Dobbs has been in and out of the lineup as well. So I get it. It's a healthy total. It's not a bad game. I don't have the Rodgers stack, and it would be more of a one-off than overloading on this game for me.
Yeah, I don't think Rodgers has a single 300-yard game this year. I think he has one game of 20 fantasy points, and it was 20.2 or something.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Maybe coming off the bye a couple weeks ago, he's healthy. I have some interest in Rodgers, but I'd rather one-off these guys. Anything else on the Packers, Alex, before we close this one out?
I'm a little bit more bullish on the Packers, I guess. They have a 25-point team total, so it does look like they are in a pretty decent spot. And going to like Lazard can make sense. Aaron Jones, he's been kind of banged up, but I wouldn't say these guys are like staples today, but certainly not a bad place.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I don't mind the passing game. Maybe I don't love the stack, but I don't hate it. And also, my only concern in the backfield is if Aaron Jones, we've seen this a lot with LaFleur, where Aaron Jones is active, but he's kind of limited because he's been banged up. He got his ankle rolled up on last week. At 7K, Ben, I do like Dalvin Cook over Aaron Jones here.
I don't think it's close. Yeah.
Really? Okay. I really don't either. At least Dalvin Cook might not get 20 plus carries every week, but he is the guy. No question. And he's healthy. All right, let's wrap this up. And again, appreciate you guys. 1,100 likes here. We got 3,700 plus people watching. Happy New Year to all of you. You're the greatest. You make this worth doing. I mean that. And I hope you guys all have a wonderful 2023. We'll wrap it up with the Rams and the Chargers. We'll turn this one over to Live Before Lock. Stick around. If you're in the Hall of Fame and you tweeted us at Stokastic Hall of Fame to get your free month, to get inducted, and all that great stuff because you were rocking the Stokastic avatar, we got the Hall of Fame segment coming up right in between this one and Live Before Lock to hold you over. Ben, what are you doing with the Rams and the Chargers this week?
Yeah, so the Rams are coming off that explosion against the lifeless Broncos. Akers resurgent. Chargers are bad against stopping the run, so I get that people are going to want to go right back. He did get a price bump, and he is someone that's still going to have to rely on getting into the end zone. Alex mentioned Tutu Atwell earlier in the show as a dart throw. Again, I think those are pivots off Dortch specifically. Then on the other side, you still have Herbert, Keenan Allen, and the big-time players. Eckler's kind of lost on the slate. I think most people are thinking go get McCaffrey or fall into the 7K range. He's at 8,500 and he's still Austin Eckler. Great tournament play there from the Chargers side.
That's my one big takeaway in this game, Alex, is 7% Austin Eckler. At any point, he can have a 15 target game, no matter how healthy they are on offense. And they're almost touchdown favorites at home. What are you doing with both sides of this one? Close it out for us before we turn the page to Live Before Lock.
Yeah, Tutu Atwell, I think is a good value this week. And then Van Jefferson is kind of a sleeper on the Chargers side. I think they pass a ton, so going with a stack could be reasonable, or just Keenan Allen is probably a good option. So, and then I'll throw some more of the FanDuel, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Pittsburgh defense.
Okay. All right. There you go. Appreciate that. Good call there. And maybe Cam Akers continues a strong game against another run funnel defense. We shall see. I don't think it's crazy. All right, guys. You're the best. Links to everything. 2 free months of Stokastic with BetMGM. If you're in Ohio and you want those promos, they're all down there. We got you covered. And of course, our lovely sponsored No House Advantage down there as well. Live Before Lock coming up next. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody landing on the Stokastic Hall of Fame this week, and we got some big ones. You want to get involved? We got you. You want to get a free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum, $120 value? You want to get inducted into the Hall of Fame, have us do all the bragging for you, and see your name in bright lights? We got you. Just go to stokastic.com/avatar. Download the profile pic at stokastic.com/avatar and use it wherever it is you play. DraftKings, FanDuel, doesn't matter. When you win, finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more. Doesn't matter how much or how little. Just meet those qualifications and you tweet at Stokastic HOF. You're getting the free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum and you're getting in right here inducted into the Hall of Fame. We kick it off in a big way with Short Gamer TV. Merry Christmas to me at Stokastic Hall of Fame. Monster $100,000 win there. Little showdown action between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Las Vegas Raiders. Our biggest one of the week. Congrats to you, Short Gamer TV. And then our own Jake Hari had Lane Peterson crossed off in my crunches yesterday until Slim Cliffy, great NHL analyst, you should pay attention to what he does, made me rethink it on the NHL show. Instead, I included him and it worked out at 0.77 ownership. Little 5K first place win for Jake there. And Kevin Cutler. Let's see my name in lights. They're in it, fella. Laffy D, best tools in the trade by far. First out of 397,000. Makes the Eagles' loss easier to swallow. I get. For you, it does. Not for me, but congrats, Kevin. That's an awesome win out of a massive field. And Jansen White had my best finish ever in a 150 max tonight. Stokastic Hall of Fame. Thanks for constantly helping me improve how I play. And he mentions all the NBA boys. 125 to Jansen White right there in a 150 max. Followed up by TWA 4CY? Twafercy? I don't know. Thanks for all you guys do day in and day out with a $400 victory there. We'll keep it going to Shelly B. 500, only second day using Fantasy Cruncher. I knew I was going to lose or break even on the small tournaments like I usually do. Then I see that I'm first place in the tournament. Like, what? Thank you. Congrats, Shelly. That's awesome. Nice to find a little surprise like that. And then free month of Stokastic Plus for first place win courtesy of Stokastic Hall of Fame. Yes, please. Thanks to Greg and Eric, even though supposedly he's off Twitter now for a short time. Spencer getting the win there, getting the free month as well, and got my first NBA takedown in the $5 single entry last night. Listen to you guys daily. Thank you. Who is that? Rocksteady247 with the $500 win there, and we close it out with 2 more here. We got Michael Urban. Thanks to the Stokastic fam for all the great content. Not sure this qualifies me for the free month, but wanted to say thanks either way. Keep up the great work, gang. Congrats, Michael. A little $550 win there. And Diesel, OZB. Forgot to post this, but hit this on Thursday night. Forgot about, or how about that free month? A little $750 in the 10K Thursday NBA shot. Congratulations to all of you guys. Remember, stokastic.com/avatar. Tweet your wins at Stokastic Hall of Fame if you're rocking the avatar. Get the free month of Stokastic.
What is going on, everybody? Happy New Year. Welcome to the NFL Live Before Lock show presented by No House Advantage. I'm Eric Lindquist, excited to be talking through this slate. Missed you all this morning, that's for sure. Ready to rock here for NFL Live Before Lock with the law firm. But first, hit that like button. We got to get those likes even further up, over 1K before we even get in the door. That's good stuff. Things you like to see, just like I like to see my two friends, Matt Savoca, Matt Gajewski here in the morning. Let's start with my guy, Matt Savoca down there at Draftaholic on the Twitters.com. How you doing, my dude?
I'm doing great. Happy New Year, bud. Happy New Year to all of you guys out there. Excited to dig into this one. A couple obvious spots, some sleeper spots. There's a lot to get to in this final hour. Happy to be with the whole law firm, kind of unexpectedly, and digging the fax machine behind you, Lindquist.
Oh, thank you so much. I think EMAC used that to put his lineups in once upon a time. I stole that joke from Jordan Klein. Matt Gajewski, college football was fun yesterday, huh?
Really fun. I think the best college football playoff that I can remember, at least. A lot of parity this year. You know, people not fans of transfer portal NIL, but it seems to have created some parity. And we'll see how it does moving forward. But it was a ton of fun yesterday. It's going to be a ton of fun next Monday as well.
Oh, it's going to be good stuff. It's in LA. Might have to take a gander down there. I looked at StubHub last night. That was probably a bad idea. Probably need to know a guy to get myself in the door. I might be making some new friends this week. Some TCU blood down there in LA or something. But I'm out here in Arizona. Excited to get rocking here for a massive Week 17 slate. We always start with the inactives here before we go position by position, like we always do on the show. You guys just did the game by game breakdown, did an awesome job. So yeah, smash that like button. But Mac, let's start with Savoca here again. Anything on the inactives that really stood out to you?
Honestly, the big thing that I'm worried about right now is Christian Watson.
Yep.
But other than that, the actives and inactives, not so surprising. You know, we knew the Hurts news a while ago. We got Stevenson in, Olave in, Lawrence, Judy, Claypool, Hunter Henry in. So we got options. I guess Kenneth Walker's going to play as well. Honestly, from an injury standpoint, we're actually okay this week, I think.
All right. We got a $5 super chat from Vinny C. Bruh, Happy New Year. What happened, Eric? Inquiring minds want to know. Well, nothing. I was sleeping and I had my alarm go off at my regular time, went to bed nice and early, and did not realize that I was on the morning show. Instead, I just wanted to, procrastinate and then hang out with my guys, Matt and Matt. Matt Gajewski, sorry that I don't have a more exciting story for you and that I still look fabulous, because of course I do at this time in the morning. Matt Gajewski, anything going on in the inactives on your side?
It's just Christian Watson. Savoca hit on it. So we'll leave it at that.
All righty, y'all. Well, we'll build that in. We'll talk about that at the wide receiver position, but we go position by position and we start at quarterback. And holy mother of God, Matt Savoca, seems like people want to be playing Jared Goff and Justin Fields. Might make sense, huh?
Well, when you have game totals like this, where this Chicago-Detroit game has such a significantly higher total than everything else on the slate, we basically have that game, the 1B slate in terms of points expected by Vegas, and then everybody else. So something I always say is, if you can figure out a game from the muck, from those down low totals that actually goes a touchdown over, if you have stacks from that game, you're going to be in a good position. But man, how do you get away from Fields, Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Komet's coming up a ton in lineups? Look, this is a great build around spot. You can get contrarian in other ways, and that's what I'm going to be doing in a ton of lineups.
Matt Gajewski, if you're playing cash, you're playing Jared Goff, right?
Yep, no question. Not even a discussion.
All right, good. So now we can discuss the other things which are pretty exciting. Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, two guys that are sandwiched between Goff and Fields in terms of ownership on this slate on DraftKings.com. Daniel Jones coming up fifth. That's kind of surprising to me here. Trevor Lawrence, good to go. Gardner Minshew. Who else are you stacking up here at the quarterback spot that's coming in with any kind of ownership?
This is was that? I don't know if you.
That was to Gajewski. To Gajewski. Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. So see, there you go.
Quarterback's a little tricky today. When you talked about some of those names, I think salaries are tight, so you're kind of being forced into a couple plays. You mentioned some cheap guys, so I think your direct pivots, you mentioned a lot of their names, are going to be your Aaron Rodgers, your Daniel Jones, and they're players I don't feel great about. So I think for tournaments, rather than just taking your direct same price plays off of, the the Jared Goffs of the world down cheaper. I think I would rather go all the way up and play some of the studs that we briefly touched on. Your Justin Fields, Mahomes is in an interesting spot. Very, very expensive on Mahomes today, which is why I think he's coming in so low. But ultimately, I was a bit surprised to see Aaron Rodgers come up as much as he did. I understand he's kind of being propped up by the Minnesota game environment and the high total in that game. But at 7,100 still, he's not exactly cheap. He's kind of tough to navigate as well with the Christian Watson news. If Christian Watson plays and he's limited to any degree, how do you feel comfortable stacking him? And of course, that could go the other way too and lead you to some potential leverage. Maybe you get a low-owned receiver that has a full-time role if Christian Watson's out. But seeing him come up so much, I think, is kind of a treacherous situation. And one, I kind of want to hear how you guys are treating that, honestly.
Well, I love Aaron Rodgers for tournaments, and I hate Aaron Rodgers in real life. As a Vikings fan, there's just nothing good about what I'm about to do today. But I don't think Christian Watson plays. I think that opens up a great opportunity to get to Dobbs, to get to some cheap pass catching, to stack alongside him, play some Aaron Jones in some of those lineups just as a pass catching option. Do I feel good clicking on Randall Cobb? No, but I think I feel a little bit better. Romeo Dobbs, Alan Lazard. It's terrifying how much I have of those two today, but I think it's just a game environment thing more than anything. Matt Savoca, anything to add to that?
How about another one? This is my first pitch for a game from the muck in terms of game totals that could go a touchdown over. How about Mike White or Geno Smith from this Jets-Seattle game? Look, Mike White, do you know who leads the NFL in pass yards per game? It's Mike freaking White.
Guessing Mike White based on what you just did.
Mike freaking White. Look, it's a 3-game sample size. I get it. I'm not going to overweight that. Mahomes is the true leader in pass yards per game from a full sample size. But look, I think this guy can play. I think he obviously lifts the ability of all of these receivers. Garrett Wilson is obviously a great play, but I think you can get to other players. You know, even Corey Davis is on my list today. And on the other side, I think you could definitely go to Lockett or Metcalf. They're in a must-win situation. So I even have Geno Smith in some lineups. I'm respecting that Jets defense, but it's not like they're completely infallible.
Michael Perriman, member for 15 months, 1,2700 on PP last night. Thanks, fellas. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, and congratulations. Nicholas Cole, $1.99 flex PPR. Evans, Ayuk, Boyd. I'm going to send that one to Matt Gajewski. Evans, Ayuk, Boyd for flex PPR.
This is actually a lot closer than you'd think with Evans and Ayuk. I think I'm going to go Ayuk at this point. Evans is like I'm assuming we're talking Mike Evans. He's a great buy low, but man, he has been awful recently. He's run bad on some things that are a little fluky, had some penalties, drop touchdowns, stuff like that. But man, it's really hard to go back to him at this point. I'm going to say Ayuk.
Savoca?
I can't. No, I'm going Ayuk. It's go with our projections, go with the Stokastic tools. It doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I can say Boyd is definitely the odd man out in that trio. So if you clicked on either Evans or Ayuk, I don't blame you, but I probably slightly lean Ayuk. Hashtag Brock Purdy. Always Brock Purdy, my friends. Go Iowa State. Go State. Darren Henton, start 2. Here we go. We're just catching up on the Super Chats here for a single lineup. Lockett, Watson, Sutton, Ayuk, London. So we talked about Ayuk there for a little bit. Start 2. So Lockett, Watson, Sutton, Ayuk, London.
Watson's out, right? We're anticipating that.
Yeah, we're anticipating. I wouldn't play him anyway.
Okay, Lockett would be 1 for me, and then I think Ayuk is 2.
That's it. That's what our tools would point you towards. And I think this is a great time if you're over at Stokastic to check out the Start Sit tool as well, because we have that for fantasy football. I'll help you out this week.
Oh, that's a huge thing. Obviously, a lot of people in the championships. I'm in the Awesemo B-League championship as I make my way up to A-League. Hopefully, at the end of the day, we will find out. What was that look, Jordan Klein? Are you sad? Are you sad? Well, it still says Awesemo in the league. That's what it says. The Stokastic League is definitely what it is, but it's still considered that on yahoo.com. So that's what I'm looking at the moment. Making sure I have my lineups and everything set. Tyler Algier, what could possibly go wrong starting him in this spot? But let's go to other quarterbacks on the slate. I really like Justin Herbert because you get a Justin Herbert who's low owned. I'm going to be firing that up. I like the Mike White call. I like the Brock Purdy call that I just made myself. Anything else, Matt Gajewski, you really, really want to get to a QB?
Yeah, I think there's some contrarian spots that are still paying up that I don't think we spent a lot of time on. And for a good reason, it's kind of a pay up to be contrarian spot. A lot of these guys don't project as good values for us, but I did get some Trevor Lawrence. There's a motivation angle in that game because the game that really matters is next week for them, the game against Tennessee. That's where the division is going to be decided. So this week against Houston, they say they're going to play all out, but I have a little bit of hesitation. Ultimately, I think they're going to try. It's kind of like a weird time to rest, like you want to rest week 17, then go all out week 18, which is essentially like a wild card game for them at that point. But if you do give him a full amount of snaps, which our projections do, I think he's fine. The matchup against Houston is something you definitely want to take advantage of. Lawrence has been awesome recently, and he's cheap, and he's, I think, a way to maybe navigate some highly owned Evan Ingram ownership. You're going to see Zay Jones come up a little bit. So he's a guy I do have some of. And then Kirk on the other side of that Green Bay game. We have Rodgers with such a good projection, but people aren't playing as much Kirk Cousins. And that's just because I think he's 500 more. And he's also hard to stack. Like if you do the Kirk Cousins, Justin Jefferson stack, even like TJ Hawkinson, you're allocating a lot of salary just to those two players on a slate that's already tight. But for that reason, I also think he's contrarian. So I'll throw those two out there.
Matt Savoca, I'm looking at the top stacks tool, and obviously Detroit looks really, really good. You talked about Mike White. We've talked about Patrick Mahomes, and I really like getting to Justin Herbert up top there too. Am I a disgusting person for trying to make Mac Jones a thing today?
I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done with this Patriots offense and thinking that there's true tournament winning potential from them. I mean, look, he's facing a defense who is 29th in adjusted fantasy points allowed to the quarterback position. He has a projection ahead of salary-based expectation, but I think he's a great median projection play, and he's low owned. So not unplayable. I just don't know if there's that true 30-point potential at this point within this offense.
All right,
I'd honestly rather play Gardner.
Oh, yeah, I like Gardner Minshew. I liked Gardner Minshew last week. That was my big stand. That seemed to go pretty well. I am running that back a little bit, not as much as I was expecting to. We'll see. Miles Sanders is really, really popular, and I'm excited to have that conversation. Anything else for you, though, Savoca, at the bottom end here to round out QB?
Not much else. I mean, I'm at the point where I'm not playing any Deshaun Watson whatsoever. I have a couple chances on Carson Wentz, but I'm not feeling great about it at all. Not a good matchup for him at all. Cleveland is actually up to the number 1 defense against quarterbacks and adjusted fantasy points allowed. A couple sprinkles in of Teddy Bridgewater, but that's because of his weaponry. That's pretty much it at quarterback.
Matt Gajewski, round out quarterback for us.
Yeah, I don't mind Teddy Bridgewater. Completely fine with that. But there's, I think, a lot of good plays at the top. Not real reason to get super cute. I'll say Russell Wilson, if you want to go crazy. He has good weapons, hasn't worked all year, but you have the change in the coaching staff. Everything that's come out of Denver seems like they're motivated and they want to get up, try to prove something. I personally don't really buy into those kind of narratives, but that's just a name I'll say.
Okay. Well, guys, something I'm going to say right now is that Ohio, congratulations. Yahtzee, you have legalized sports betting in your state. That's great. I'm glad that you got it today, not yesterday. Ohio State, I ended up betting that. That was not an enjoyable experience, the way that all broke down, but whatever. Bet 365, FanDuel Sportsbook, DraftKings Sportsbook, BetMGM, Tipico, and PointsBet, all links in the video description box below. If you go down there and you click on any of those links, there are massive sportsbook promotions going on right now in your state. You would be insane not to take advantage of it. And I know, DFS, that's what you're watching. This is a DFS program. We're talking some year-long fantasy as well. I understand a lot of people in the ships going on this week, so happy to be doing so. But if you have an opportunity to get free money, why wouldn't you take it? So head to the video description box below, click on a couple of those links, sign up at the biggies, sign up at DraftKings, FanDuel. Tipico is a big one that's going to be going through Ohio as well. BetMGM, we're talking thousands of dollars up for grabs right now for a very minimal cost. A lot of times $5 to win 200, sometimes up to $1,000 risk-free bet. Take advantage of these offers now while they last. So if you're in Ohio, specifically speaking to you, congratulations. January 1st, you have legalized sports betting. Sign up in the video description box below. All right, guys, we go to the running back spot, and holy crap, do I feel uncomfortable with how much Christian McCaffrey I have. But I have my reasons, and I want to hear from you, Matt Gajewski, if you're on board with me. Yeah, I get he's 9K, but there's Elijah Mitchell coming back into the fray next week. I know Tyrion Davis-Price played a little bit more than normal, but I also think the George Kittle 2 touchdowns from over 40 yards is a little bit of an outlier kind of situation that probably took a lot of production, especially in the passing game, away from Christian McCaffrey on the road in Vegas, in a dome. Sign me up. How about you?
Yeah, he's solid. And I mean, he still comes up as one of the better values in the slate. And we bake in the fact that he doesn't handle the James Conner 99% of the snap workload. No, it doesn't matter who's in the backfield with him. Somebody is going to siphon off some carries here and there. That's how San Francisco plays. They've done that historically as well. And I mean, this is a team with postseason aspirations. They actually want to go somewhere, and they don't have the most meaningful schedule down the stretch either. So, I mean, perhaps there's a narrative in a playoff game or something. You see Christian McCaffrey get like 90% of the work. It's not going to happen here. Even with that said, I want to highlight he still projects well, and he has the pass game role. You mentioned the touchdowns. Easy matchup against one of the worst defenses in football. There's just not any holes to poke in McCaffrey.
Yeah, Matt Savoca, you on board with McCaffrey ownership?
Yeah, and this is where I love to bring in, expected fantasy points, right? Because the opportunity value, even if you know there are going to be moments where he gets used as a decoy, or, Shanahan's going to Shanahan in terms of that play calling. But the expected fantasy points, as good as anybody on the slate for the running back position. Only Austin Eckler is near him in expected fantasy points per game over the last 6 weeks. And as you would expect, he's performing at almost 1.5 points over expectation during the 6 weeks span that I'm looking at right now. The Vegas Raiders are 31st in adjusted fantasy points allowed to the running back position. We don't need to wax poetic again about McCaffrey much more than this. He's a great play.
All right, I'm going to catch up on some super chats. We're going to rapid fire. Donnie Boone, member for 1 month. Grateful to start my new year Stokastic. Lots of firework emoji things. Those are great. We're happy to have you, Donnie. Welcome. 1 month. Connor McGinnity. Connor, there we go. McGinnity. There we are. Sorry to be another DFS discussion derailer. You're just fine. I need one of Lockett, Pittman, Lazard, Dotson in my full PPR big money ship. So those are the 4 here for you, Matt Savoca. We've got Lockett, Pittman, Lazard, Dotson. Who is your favorite?
Okay, man, I don't know if I can trust Pittman, but he would be the second in our projections after Lockett. If Watson is out, Lazard is on my list, but Dotson, it would go Lockett, Dotson in terms of confidence, especially with the way that Carson Wentz has utilized Dotson in previous weeks where he was a starter. Our projections, though, say Lockett, Pittman.
Same, Gajewski?
Yes.
Cool. Me too. We continue on. One more super chat. We're almost there. Liker for $2. That's a great name. Best captain for Panthers versus Bucks showdown. Oh boy. We're going to need to come back and revisit that one here in a little bit, because I'm definitely not playing the Panthers Buccaneers showdown, but I can try to help you and try to find something here for you. So I will take a look at that as we move on to the rest of the running back position. I'll make sure that I give you an answer there as I look at everything. But Matt Gajewski, who stands out to you at the top end of running back, considering Austin Eckler sub 10% for tournaments? That seems fun. Josh Jacobs went from being the guy everybody trusted to the guy that nobody trusts with Jared Stidham there, now at quarterback and maybe limiting his workload. Nick Chubb in a meaningless football game. What are we doing here at the top end of running back, if not McCaffrey?
I think Saquon is the other guy I have a lot of interest in. And then from there, there's not too much, honestly. You're paying up and allocating salary to a position, which is, it's hard, honestly. That's really tight, to be honest with you. So Saquon has an elite role, which is why I think you could do it. Eckler is fine, honestly, if you want to get there, but he projects pretty far behind what we have with Saquon and McCaffrey. And I think that largely just comes down to game environment factors. So for Eckler up there, for me, it's just, do you want to pay to be contrarian in that spot and sacrifice 3 or 4 points of projection? Or would you rather do that somewhere else? And I think it's fine, but I'm not going to end up with a ton of Eckler today, to be honest. And then how low do you want to go? There's a pretty severe pricing gap once you get to Jacobs.
Yeah, I guess we have to talk about Saquon Barkley, considering he's the second highest owned running back currently on the DraftKings slate. Makes a lot of sense, I think, on both sides, FanDuel, where you're hunting for touchdowns. He's not as big of a priority. I find him to be probably the best DraftKings play. That's such a weird thing to say against the Colts, but just curious if you're getting to any Saquon Barkley in tournaments today.
Yeah, I am. And I don't think he's going to come in this owned. and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I mean, you can't play McCaffrey and Barkley together for the most part, unless you punt off most of your lineup. So really you're playing one of the two. And I think it's probably going to be McCaffrey more often than Barkley. And then there's like a bunch of stud receivers. So just so for reference, when you look at the context of the whole slate, like everybody's playing Amon-Ra, everybody's playing one of the expensive backs. So for that reason, I think it might keep them in check a little bit. Everybody's playing these cheap backs, these Algiers, these Miles Sanders types. I don't know about this ownership number.
Matt Savoca, you concerned about Saquon whatsoever?
I'm definitely a little bit concerned, but you just look at the game environment here. They're just going to want to run out Indy all day long. And the opportunity value puts him in the top 5 among running backs. Indy is down to 27th in adjusted fantasy points allowed. It's definitely you can play him even at a high salary spot. I think we're underrating Austin Eckler's ceiling potential a little bit from a median projection standpoint. He looks okay. Definitely going to get to Brian Robinson. We got him inside the top 6 running backs, and he's outside the top 30 in salary. I think that is the value play that we might be underestimating how many people go to him around the industry, which would let people get to those chalkier players like a Barkley, McCaffrey, or of course, those top end wide receivers.
Yeah, a little bit of discussion how the Chargers and Rams game is not on FanDuel. That game got flexed out of the evening window. And so FanDuel just didn't put it on because they just decided not to. DraftKings did. Thank you to them for that. But yeah, the Pittsburgh and Baltimore game is going to be going on this evening. That was originally going to be an afternoon game. So there you go. Got flexed because of playoff implications. But let's work down the running back board here. So Matt Gajewski, you said you wanted some idea about where I kind of wanted you to land in like the 7K, 6K range, like some stipulations. From 6K to 7,500, who is your highest owned running back?
All right, 6K to 7,500. That includes, it just doesn't include a lot of guys that are right there for me. So out of my exposures, Travis Etienne is the highest for me. He comes in at 6,400 on DraftKings. You could tell based on the Trevor Lawrence discussion earlier for me. This is a game that I'll be playing a lot of on the angle that they do play their starters a full complement of snaps. And if you do that, Travis Etienne has a great role. It's mostly is a 2-down grinder role, a decimal back, as Lofty says. He's not catching passes, but does that really matter against Houston? He's also run incredibly poorly on touchdown luck, getting stuffed at the goal line multiple times. He's fine. Ramondre is another player I have a decent amount of here, but he makes me nervous. He's hurt. He's playing through an injury. And last week we saw his role cut. And now you have more additional competition here with Damian Harris. At worst, this could be a 50-50 timeshare. Projections around the industry are literally guessing at what this workload is going to be for both of these players. So I do think there's a lot of inherent risk with Ramondre, but there's also upside if he's a little healthier than he was last week. So I'm taking some shots, but definitely limiting how much Ramondre I get. I do not want a lot of him.
Oh, he's my highest owned out of everybody there. I have to go back to the well. I'm so
He's
upset
hurt,
about.
Man.
I know it's. The Travis Etienne, Jacksonville. They play a game that matters next week. They don't play one this week. I totally get the call where if they're playing it straight up, if they're going to have the Doug Peterson thing, who also, I mean, he's kind of a damn dirty liar. He definitely didn't try to win football games at the end of his Eagles tenure. It's just what it is, but whatever. He can say what he wants, makes for a nice press clipping. I care about every game. I care about every show that I do with you two, though. That's for sure. No lies. Matt Savoca, hey, anything down here in the 5-6K range on DraftKings that you're very interested in highlighting for tournaments today?
In that range, obviously, you got to bring up Brian Robinson at Miles Sanders is in that range at 5,900. Very interesting there. Tyler Algier is going to be very popular. He's 5,300. You can absolutely play him. That game could just be so gross, this Blau versus Ritter situation. But I do think that both running backs in this game, we didn't talk about James Conner, but you can mention him here, and Algier, they're just going to get so much work, it looks like, that they could be viable. If you want to just stay away from that game on a huge main slate, I also think that's fine. DeAndre Swift with an inactive Justin Jackson seems kind of interesting to me. And then it gets real tough. I don't have any Zach Moss at this point. I have a little Leonard Fournette, but those are really the main highlighted players.
Yeah, it feels like Tyler Algier is going to be a guy that I land on a lot in this range as well. I understand that he's more popular. You can't just play McCaffrey him and then feel really good about some things. I do want to try to find some of the low-owned plays. That's where I'm trying to force a little bit of Eckler at the top end. And then as we get into this mid-range, I don't want this Miles Sanders thing. This is really the conversation I wanted to have. Miles Sanders, I see in a lot of places being projected for a lot more fantasy points than we have here at Stokastic at 15, right around 15.17. Gajewski, I have no Miles Sanders. What am I doing with my life?
Is it an ownership thing? Because he still comes up for me a little bit, just if you're not considering ownership. Like when I was doing initial runs, I still got a little bit of him because even at our projection, which is a little lower than the industry, he still comes up a bit. So I'm guessing this was an ownership thing for you.
Yeah, I think it's just an ownership thing. And I don't want to just play McCaffrey and Saquon and Brian Robinson and Tyler Algier, who I all think are fantastic plays. James Conner, maybe they start to put the kitty gloves on, considering they're not playing for anything. Hopkins came up with a fake knee injury so that he doesn't have to play today. That's cool. But a lot of weird things going on where you start getting towards the end of the season, and I can start making cases for why you want to give certain guys a certain amount of work here. Miles Sanders, they want to solidify that 1 seed for sure, but they have the tiebreaker over Minnesota, beating them straight up. I just don't feel like you need to run him into the ground here. And against New Orleans, I don't even think you're necessarily capable of that. But how do you feel about Miles Sanders today, Matt Savoca? Because I'm having a tough time getting to him.
I think I'm going to play devil's advocate. I mean,
cool.
Obviously you gotta do what you gotta do to be unique on a slate like this. But just looking at it on paper, I think his projection is reasonable on Stokastic.com. And remember, you gotta, when you're just looking at the slate at a glance, you gotta figure out players who could hit 3x value. You only need about 17 or 18 points at his 5,900 salary on DraftKings. He could easily hit that with just a little bit of positive variance. And then he's also a player who I think has 25-point potential if everything breaks right. New Orleans consistently known as a great rush defense. Not the case this year. They're number 4 in adjusted fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver position, number 24 against the running back. Not to say I won't take shots on Minshew, Brown, and Smith. I absolutely will, but Sanders, projection ahead of salary-based expectations, I think I'm going to be above the field.
Okay. I think these are good debates to have because, again, I have to start playing some lower owned plays at different positions and other things to account for how much McCaffrey, how much Barkley would be showing up in lineups. They're also really expensive, and that's going to be kind of the chalkier build is paying up for those 2 running backs and getting to some cheaper wide receivers in some spots. And I think they're pretty easy ones to land on. We'll talk about that, but let's go all the way to the bottom of the barrel here. 55 and under. Matt Savoca started off for us. Anybody super low owned super cheap that you want to get to at the running back position?
Super cheap. I can't believe I'm going back to Jamal Williams at straight 5K. If that's where we're at, just looking at my exposures here, it's not a ton. Cam Akers at 61, so he doesn't count. I literally just have a high-end running backs and a couple of sprinkles in. I'm looking at after 5,100, I have like no one.
Yeah,
Zonovan Knight, Bam Knight.
Oh boy, that's never fun.
No,
that's never a fun feeling. I need Michael Carter to do something in one league today. I would like Michael Carter to not be a complete zero, so I will be cheering actively against Bam Knight, but probably get to a little bit of 5,100. Not necessarily as a hedge because you have to get everything else right. Not a very easy opportunity to figure that out, but I guess there's one player that I just wanted to ask about, and it's Zach Moss at 5,400. Matt Gajewski, do you have as much interest in trying to make him a thing today as I do?
I don't. I would rather go to DeAndre Swift in the better game environment. I know they're not exactly the same price, but you're looking at a 2-down grinder for an offense that's not going to score any points. So I'd take my higher upside shots with at least a good team.
Okay. I don't mind that whatsoever. Then round it out. Matt Savoca, anything else at running back whatsoever?
I'm grasping at straws at this point. I really think the bottom of the barrel at the running back position, I haven't had any love for the Miami running backs this week. New England's defense, if there's anything that team does well, it's rush defense. I can't go there. I'm going to say no. I don't have any clear spots.
All right. Let's smash that like button, fam, as we head to No House Advantage, the sponsor of our lovely show here in this neck of the YouTube woods. And No House Advantage, why is it the best site you could possibly play on? It's pretty simple. It's called Overlay. They have it every single day. We're talking 55% full. We are 37 minutes away from lock right now, 37 minutes away from lock. And yet They have 55% full tournaments going on right now, 5K to first for the Sunday kickoff. Why wouldn't you want to take advantage of this kind of overlay? It's too good to be denied. You'd need to get over there, deposit using promo code Stokastic, and it used to be $50 that you got for free back into your account there. You're going to get $100 first match deposit bonus now. So if you put in 100, you're going to get 100. You'll have 200 to play over at No House Advantage. And they don't just have these pick'ems, they have versus the house as well. This is a very popular game type at a lot of different places. You know, the different places where you can play these, but we're talking props all over the board here, just like you do for the pick'em where you're picking confidence slots. You're just picking over or under on these number of props that are given. You have Desmond Ritter there, David Blau at the top. A lot of opportunities to be able to go over together. Maybe it's a positive game environment, something we don't necessarily expect from both teams that should be trying to run the ball incessantly in that spot, or you take correlated unders. You can do that, and you can up to 21x your money by playing 2, 3, 4, or 5 player props all together over at the versus the house. So another great game type that they've incorporated over at No House Advantage, but I can't tell you enough. The overlay they are providing you on that Sunday kickoff, on the deep ball, on the Sunday night football showdown for that Pitt-Baltimore game, it is unlike anything else you will find in the industry in the year of our Lord 2023. Hey, first time I've gotten to say that this year, 2023. This is the year you need to jump over and play over at No House Advantage. Plus, you don't, any money you win, you won't have to pay taxes for an entire year on that cash. That seems like a good deal. So why wouldn't you get into the game over at No House Advantage? Head over there, download the app at the App Store, Google Play Store, wherever you go, or nohouseadvantage.com. Sign up using promo code Stokastic. Get that $100 first match deposit bonus. Oh, and did I mention we have free projections on the site at Stokastic for you? You go to stokastic.com, sign up. You don't even have to necessarily sign up with an email address. You could just literally click on the No House Advantage projections or NHA NFL optimal lineups. It is as good as it gets. So free tools to help you win tons of free money because of overlay over at No House Advantage. Go download that right now on your phone and start playing, start winning some good stuff. That was a fun ad read. I enjoyed that. Here's the thing. It's not an ad read, Matt Savoca, when you're talking about overlay for the people.
I mean, that's the key. That's the name of the game, right? Lofty said it last hour. They know what they're doing. You're not going to see overlay like this on the bigger sites because they don't necessarily have to. And I think you should take advantage of these special offers while they last, like you Ohio bettors should be doing today or this week. So it's a great place to be. We got that upped deposit match as well. No better time than now. Also, I'll be on the NHA show tomorrow for the Monday Night Football game.
I'm excited for that. Yeah, I'll be tuning in, watching you guys, because I'll finish up NBA Live before lock, and I'll jump on over. But Matt Gajewski, let's start off the wide receiver conversation. And I jumped here as quick as I could because I think figuring out your stacks on a massive 13-game slate, there's going to be some teams who pop. And it seems as though Detroit and Chicago, no doubt about it, Amon-Ra St. Brown, you're playing him in cash. You're playing Amon-Ra St. Brown wherever you possibly can. But how do you plan to utilize a guy who's pulling 24% ownership at a spot where we've seen some massive upside games? We've also seen some floor spots here from Amon-Ra of late. How do you handle this kind of a play on this slate?
Yeah, I think you could really make a case he's under-owned here. And he projects as the highest receiver for us, not price adjusted. This is in a vacuum. Higher than Justin Jefferson. When you look at the players in his price range, he's 7, 8, 9, 10 points higher than some of these guys. So, you know, there is a legitimate conversation here where instead of using the heuristic, okay, we fade high owned plays, we need to be thinking about Amon-Ra St. Brown as, okay, he's owned, but is he still not owned enough? Because that is how good of a play he is. And again, this is projection based. You could go into the narratives. Okay, he's targeted around the line of scrimmage. He's had a couple down games. I don't care about any of that stuff. He's also had amazing games. So for me, I'm going to be playing him. I think he should be the first player into your lineup. And if you were getting contrarian elsewhere, you know, you want to play the best plays and then find ways to get contrarian, Amon-Ra's the guy you're leaving in your lineup.
I'm with you. He's really, really good. 24.8% optimal percentage using the boom bust tool here at Stokastic as well. Cross-referencing a lot of these different things, the top stacks tool, the boom bust tool, all of it kind of paints the same picture where I'll be playing Amon-Ra St. Brown as a one-off quite a bit here. I think there's going to be a lot more than you'd expect. I mean, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to be so popular. And there were a couple slates here of late where other pass catchers somehow got there with Jared Goff and it wasn't Amon-Ra. I think those are more outliers. He's back and home here, 7,800 against this putrid Bears defense. Give me all of that you got in a bag of potato chips. Matt Savoca, are you on board with our Amon-Ra St. Brown love?
I'm totally on board. In fact, I am currently over the field as well. Matt summed it up. You summed it up well. And I think just by the nature of the variance of the wide receiver position, if we're this into Amon-Ra, there's also a chance that DJ Chark or Josh Reynolds could also be the guy today. That's just the way it is. So I have plenty of DJ Chark. Going to get there. I think the forgotten guy in this top 8, top 10 range in the salary rankings is Keenan Allen, who's since coming back second in expected fantasy points, opportunity value as good as anybody, second only to Justin Jefferson, who I know it's really tough to build with him, but talk about a player who could just absolutely just smack everyone when they don't play him. Justin Jefferson could easily have a game like he had week 1.
Yeah, I think if it's not them, the other forgotten guys up here, I mean, you've got Devontae Adams with the change in quarterback. Nobody's playing him. You've got Miami change in quarterback. Nobody's playing Hill or Waddle. A.J. Brown change in quarterback. Nobody seems to be playing him. We have a lot of really good #football players here at the top of the wide receiver board. Are you willing to roster any of these in large field tournaments, Matt Gajewski, and who would they be?
Yeah, honestly, all of them. I'll kind of rank them for you because I think
I would love that.
That's a little more riveting for the people rather than you just being like, oh, I like them all. But anyway,
look at you bringing personality to the show. Who did book it?
You're like, new year, new me, buddy. I like Jefferson a lot here, and I mean, I'm not breaking any news here. This is certainly not groundbreaking, but I do think you are dealing with a situation because of the pricing structure where a lot of people are going to have the extra running back. They're going to have McCaffrey. They're going to have Barkley. And I think Justin Jefferson's going to go a little overlooked. Now, he's still going to be owned to some degree. He's Justin Jefferson. But again, I don't think people are playing the Minnesota side of this game environment quite as much. And I think it's the second best game to target just stacking wise in the entire slate. So I love Jefferson. I do like Hill as well, but he's close enough in projection to Waddle where I think I'm going to go and save down there a little bit. I didn't get as much Keenan Allen. I think that's just a game environment thing. There's not a good total on the game. And Adams going to Stidham. You could argue there's not a bigger drop off in starting to backup quarterback in the league. And that's saying a lot because we have, Hurts, Mahomes, and a lot of really good quarterbacks. But Jarrett Stidham sucked in college. I cannot believe that this is a USFL Auburn. This is a USFL caliber quarterback and maybe not even a starter there. He is horrific. Horrific.
He's you want to belittle his family live on air or what?
Jarrett Stidham is awful.
There you go.
He's the worst. He might be the worst backup in the league.
What if he throws 3 touchdowns today?
Well, I mean, every time I have a stand like this, typically that's what happens. So
DJ Hawkinson.
DJ Hawkinson was
I did that again too.
The greatest thing of all time. That was him in a Detroit uniform. He's been pretty good with my fight.
Yeah, but TJ Hawkinson won the Mackey Award though. Like he just had underachieved. Jarrett Stidham couldn't even produce in college. Like I can't believe he got drafted. He doesn't run. He's a statue. He's not accurate. Like he doesn't do anything well. He's
You're
on a
supposed
bad
to air
team.
your grievances before the new year starts. Like that's what you were supposed to do, but it's all right. Matt Savoca, anything you want to say about Jarrett Stidham's existence?
Yeah, honestly, if his headshot is anything to believe, he might have a killer mullet.
Okay.
Find this. I mean, is it like Minshew level or are we
No. You're right. Not killer.
All I know is that I looked at his college numbers and I had a 0.0% desire to roster him today.
If you look at his college numbers, you might vomit. I watched some of those games and I almost wanted to vomit.
He's no Brock Purdy, baby.
He never hit 6 yards per attempt ever in college in a single season.
6 yards per attempt.
It's bad. In college,
the average yards per attempt is 7.2 for a college quarterback.
That would fight him on site.
I mean, I'm not a I would lose.
I was looking. No, he hit it. He hit it in college, but he didn't hit it close in the pros.
I was going to say if he didn't hit that in college, like
no, he hit it.
Anyway.
All right, let's get to some more relevant plays at the wide receiver position. I like the A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith double here. I wasn't going to fire it up as much. I'm kind of in Cruncher doing some things to make sure that I get a little bit more of that dominant duo, especially if I'm going to be a little bit lower on Miles Sanders than it would seem you guys or the field are going to be. I think that's something to get to. Keenan Allen doubles. I like getting to him and Mike Williams. I feel like that's always going to be my highest upside tandem, and then I can run it back with a cheap Ram on the other side. But as we move into this 6K range, there's nobody, and I do mean nobody, that is pulling ownership. There isn't a single double-digit owned player in the 6K range. And I got to think that there's some upside somewhere. I'm landing on Terry McLaurin, who was the number one for Carson Wentz, the most out of anybody here in this range. Kind of a remember me type spot we could be looking at. Or sorry, he's been terrible with Carson Wentz, but I'm saying that I think that there's positive regression that was due that just didn't have a chance to be realized with Carson Wentz there. Maybe I'm wrong and it's all Curtis Samuel and I go crying, but Terry McLaurin, I'm going to play a lot of and just hope that he's still going to be the number one there at Washington. Anything that you're landing on, Matt Savoca, in the 6K range? Because it's like a dealer's choice down here.
Yeah, there are a lot of issues. Like I talked about the viability or the possible viability of this Seattle-New York Jets game being a shootout. Look, the Jets are number 2 in adjusted fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver position. They're a legit good secondary, but I still have some Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf because I think there's upside there. I have McLaurin as well. Christian Kirk at 6K as well, a projection well ahead of salary-based expectations. And this is one where I don't feel good about it, but I do have Chris Godwin, still a little belief in Tampa and the upside there. And look, they're playing a defense that's 27th against the wide receiver position. One thing I will say is Godwin in expected fantasy points is 3 expected fantasy points ahead of Evans. That's a value change that we haven't always seen. Usually it's Evans and Godwin neck and neck.
I definitely, Evans, Godwin, give me that stack as well, I suppose. There's just so many places to try to get different. If you're playing anything outside of Detroit and Chicago, you're basically different by default. But looking at the top stacks tool, I'm with you. I think that probably something that's going a little bit undervalued getting to that stack. Tom Brady hasn't been the same. He'll look great in a Vegas uniform next year. That'll be great. But until then, I'm putting on the tinfoil hat for that one. Until
Indy,
then,
man, Indy.
You think Indy makes more sense for him?
I don't think either makes sense, but those are two teams that love going after washed veterans.
Matt Gajewski's out for blood today.
This is awesome.
The shark-infested waters. Let's go, Matt Gajewski. Anything you like in the 6K range? You mean ornery little man.
Yeah, okay, to spin this positively, I really like what Savoca said about that Jets game. I think it's a sneaky potential shootout here. And I mean, you could just cross-reference this with the totals on the board. You mentioned this, Eric. Chicago, Detroit, everyone's going to be playing that. If you're stacking a different game, you're going to be contrarian to some degree by default. Then you've got Minnesota, Green Bay. People are going to play that game a little bit, I think more so on the Green Bay side. But then, the third and fourth highest total games are Denver, Kansas City at 46, and then New York, Seattle at 43.5. So we clearly have to pick, from Savoca's terms, a game out of the muck here. And now with Mike White coming in for New York, Geno Smith having a pretty good season, down a little bit of late, but getting some pass catchers back healthy, I think this could be a spot where maybe we do want to stack some of the middling receivers here, which brings me back to your question, the 6K range. You got Lockett and DK Metcalf here. These are two players I have a lot of in some skinny stacks using, Garrett Wilson's popular today. I think that's a way to differentiate. If you want to use like Elijah Moore and then DK Metcalf, that could be a way to knock out one of your value pieces as well. But a lot of my ownership in the 6K range is on this Seattle team.
Oh, you just stole what I wanted to talk about. We're going to save the sub 5Ks. I have a lot of super chats to catch up on. We'll save the sub 5Ks because I think wide receiver, I think tournaments are going to be won by what you can mine out of that bottom end. And Elijah Moore, my God, the amount of him I have today is butt clinching. So here we go. Vinny C, $5. If Philly wins, they clinch the bye. Does that challenge y'all's opinion of anyone in the San Francisco Vegas game? Also, Happy New Year. Any thoughts on that, Matt Savoca?
I'd love to see this game shootout. I don't know what New Orleans looks like, what they bring to the table. We didn't even mention Alvin Kamara when we were talking about the running back position. It looked for a minute that he there was rumors that he was leaving the team. Then he practiced the next day. Look, it would be really funny if the guy who's had trouble scoring all season long gets in the end zone here. And look, I think the Eagles as an offense are good enough to push any game into a shootout game environment. Just the defensive matchups for New Orleans look like they might be able to tamp that down. And obviously the Gardner issue as well. I still think you have to go to San Francisco players outside of McCaffrey, though. If you look at their implied team total, they're one of 2 teams with the Kansas City Chiefs who represent over 60% of the entire Vegas implied total of their games. It's a great matchup. It's just a concern that the whole starters, the skill positions, will be sitting on the bench the second half, just watching the backups mop up.
Yeah, Minnesota starts 20 minutes after that Vegas and San Francisco game starts up. You still want to get the 2 seed. That guarantees you 2 home playoff games. Otherwise, you're the 3 seed playing the 2 seed and on the road. And that wouldn't be ideal. Not that San Francisco, like health of Deebo Samuel, I think that matters above all else, just getting him back into the mix. But I am of the vein that San Francisco is playing 100%, just wanting to smash. And yeah, Philly can lock up that bye by either one of those, but it has more to do with getting that 2 seed. So I'm still playing San Francisco straight up. Ian Warner Comedy $4.99. Who will be the one FanDuel player that will score the most points regardless of price, position, or ownership? Matt Gajewski, who is the FanDuel All-Star of the day?
Yeah, we've talked about him a lot, but I do think Christian McCaffrey is the guy you're trying to buy low on with positive touchdown regression, which matters a ton on FanDuel.
Matters a ton. And yeah, maybe the pass catching role a little bit lighter, but doesn't matter, the half point PPR if you get in the box, which I think he is more than due for. So I'm with you. Vinny C, talking player headshots. Can anyone explain DJ Dallas's wide-eyed player photo? It is by far my favorite player photo. It looks like me after the coffee concentrate incident of 2022. That is for sure. But a little bit of that. Matt Savoca, give me your best DJ Dallas.
DJ Dallas and me have a long feud on Twitter.
Matt Gajewski, give me the DJ Dallas.
I don't like DJ Dallas.
You have to do the thing with your face.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. Anyway, he made this like hype draft video about me. I used to do an NFL draft podcast. And as you guys can probably tell, he was not the best prospect coming out of Miami. So he made a hype video with the audio from like Mel Kiper. And then there's my voice in there, my bozo.
You were locker room material.
Yeah.
You were DJ Dallas's absolute. He's in the weight room working out, listening to you on loop, telling him he sucks.
DJ Dallas is listening to it while he's slamming into the back of his offensive line for 2.5 yards per carry.
This is my favorite Matt Gajewski show of all time. And that includes the ones where people thought we were going to fight. This is just incredible. Hit the like button for Mr. Matt Gajewski. Bring in the personality this morning. Me and my tardiness. I'm so happy that I got to join this show. Sam Pierce, $1.99 with Bosa in. Does Akers' ceiling get lowered badly, Matt Savoca?
Yeah, Akers' ceiling is still really low. We've seen it all year. I don't think it's a great matchup for him, even without the Bosa situation. You can point.
I think you meant the floor being low because he's had a ceiling.
I mean, I don't even. The floor is low, and I don't even think the ceiling is that high. Is how I feel about it.
Okay, I'm here for it. Also, I hope you're wrong because of one Rainmakers lineup that I have going specifically today in the higher stuff. Hopefully, Cam Akers can not completely suck, but probably will now that I said that. Cool. We caught up on Super Chats. Matt Gajewski, DJ Dallas hater number 1, as he's known in chat rooms.
He hated me. He DM'd me and asked me if he could use some audio from our podcast. Like, yeah, sure. He was very nice. And then I heard it. I was like, what the hell, man?
He asked you like Kanye asked Taylor Swift. Yeah.
Oh, man. This is incredible. This is probably my favorite Matt Gajewski story. Like, hot dogs at gas stations be damned. DJ Dallas hates you.
I know.
It's good stuff.
And Mel Kiper.
And Mel Kiper. It's another story for another time. Eric, who are the cash plays for DK and FanDuel? QB, RB, Malcolm Revamp. Jared Goff is your QB. We've all kind of thrown that together. For DK and FanDuel, give me your 2 favorite running backs for cash, Matt Gajewski.
For DK and FanDuel?
Yep, DK and FanDuel. Who would your 2 top running backs be?
For DK, yeah, I really think you want to get 2 of the 3 being McCaffrey as your spend, and then 1 of Brian Robinson or Algier. I'm probably going to just play all 3. It's similar on FanDuel, but you have slightly different pricing structure there. I'm still prioritizing McCaffrey, and I'm going to say Brian Robinson just with the role he's walking into. It's going to be very, very good.
Anything different there, Matt Savoca? Who would be your 2 favorites on DK and FanDuel for cash?
The only thing is that I feel like Ramondre, from a pure projection standpoint, is in the mix. We've talked about the downsides. He isn't 100%, but he's definitely coming up from a value perspective, like he's in the cash game pool.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. We catch up going to the sub 5K here, 18 minutes to go. Don't forget, hit that like button for us. But I said, tournaments are going one loss based on what you do sub 5K, starting at the 5K number. Jacoby Myers, Zay Jones, I think they make a lot of sense. They're double-digit owned, though. If you want to try to get to a little Cortland Sutton just because they're playing Kansas City and you expect a negative game flow there, sweet, sounds great. But sub 5K, my guy Jahan Dotson sitting there again. My guy, Paris Campbell, sitting there against the Giants. Nobody is going to click on him in any way, shape, or form. Curtis Samuel was the number one for Wentz. I'm surprised to just see him at 5%. I think Richie James has shown that he can be sufficient. There could have been a massive ceiling for him last time around. Going back into a dome here hosting Indiana, at home, makes all the sense in all the land here. And then I don't know what to do with anything from Kansas City, but I will not be playing Marquez Valdez-Scantling, so he'll probably go nuts. Guys, give me your favorites. Matt Savoca, we'll start with you. Sub 5K, who are your favorites to land on at wide receiver?
I can't believe I'm playing a little Drake London, but I'm doing it. You mentioned Zay Jones. I actually have some Darius Slayton, and this is really connected to Daniel Jones, skinny stacks. Another player, this is a little bit further down the board, mentioned by the big boss, Alex Baker, talking about Tutu Atwell as a possible value option. I do have some of him as well. And then DJ Chark, really just as so much confidence goes to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I said it as we started talking about the wide receiver position. It's a variance position. We can absolutely see Chark hitting for a decent ceiling score. And just at about 13 points, he would be considered a value play at 4,300. His absolute ceiling, I think there's 20-point potential there.
Matt Gajewski, do you have any interest in Elijah Moore, Greg Dortch? A lot of names showing up here at the bottom of the sub 5K pool. Anybody that you really want to highlight today?
Yeah, I'm with you on Elijah Moore. He's my highest owned low price receiver, or cheap receiver, I guess you could say. I have a decent amount of Chark as well, Savoca, so we're both on the same wavelength there. And then I'm going to gamble on some Green Bay. I think the receivers might come in a little under-owned, being that they play in the late window. And if the Christian Watson news breaks correctly, you're probably getting a projection bump from all of them. And the ownership, I don't expect to change drastically. We know people are allergic to late swapping.
They sure are.
Those are the three primary cheap receiving areas I'm looking at.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we could possibly bring up late swap on a show, but I would say we probably do it more than anybody else in the industry between the three of us. I am paying very close attention to that. That's part of why I want to just jam Elijah Moore, get to him at 3,500. I can get to some Dobbs, shouldn't be all that hard. Just have another lineup spot that I can try to maneuver some things around. I have enough San Francisco. I have enough Minnesota and Green Bay. I have enough of the Chargers that I can kind of make my way to more of the Dobbs side of it. I really want to get to him as opposed to Randall Cobb between the two. Are you kind of in agreement on that if there's going to be no Christian Watson?
So, I mean, they're not the same price. I think if you can get to Dobbs, it makes sense. He also has been really inefficient on the year too, but he's a rookie. Perhaps he's kind of growing into his zone and improving. We see that oftentimes with younger players. But, it comes down to how much salary I have left for a lot of these guys. Like, I'm playing them both. If you told me salary didn't matter, I would say Dobbs, but it does matter. So I'm essentially split.
All right, y'all, hit the like button as we round out the show. Have to let you guys know, 15 minutes to go. We'll get to tight end, defense, everything. I'll catch up on the super chats as well, but have to let you know, we have 5 free days going for you guys right now at Stokastic. It is upgraded from 3. Used to be 3. I can tell you, Lofty, all the guys here on the content side basically said, we want to give you more opportunity to see how great these tools are between the 1v1 tools, the lineup generator, the top stacks tool, the boom bust tool, all of our projections, ownership projections, and actual player projections. They're the best in the industry, and we can prove that to you in 5 days. Get yourself an entire week, basically, when you start talking about Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 5 days gets you access to absolutely everything. So if you don't sign up today, sign up on Thursday and get yourself the entire opportunity to get 5 days for an entire week 18 of NFL right now. So that's 5 free days. Definitely be checking that out. All right, to the tight end position we go. And for me, it's generally been either Travis Kelce shows up as a one-off, or I kind of end up smattering a bunch of tight ends and they just correlate with my quarterback, and it is what it is. But Matt Savoca, who are your highest owned tight ends in your allotment today?
So I obviously am trying to get to Travis Kelce, but I can't really do it all that much. He's still my second owned tight end. I'm getting to a ton of Cole Kmet. This is really an attachment to a really solid game environment. We obviously don't feel great about hitching our wagons to a single passing game option for the Chicago Bears because even Fields gets there to his true ceiling by rushing. But the game log looks decent. 6 targets, 5 targets, 7 targets the last 3 games that he's played. That's enough for me to be a value option. But I'm trying to get to Kelce, and honestly, Hawkinson looks really good. I have a ton of him today.
Yeah, Hawk Daddy, let's go. Your lips to God's ears, my friend. Matt Gajewski, tight end. We all want to play Travis Kelce. That would be excellent. He's 8,100. He's very difficult to get to. So if we're not going to be able to get there, like it's very hard for me to at the moment, who else do we want to play at this position?
We all want to play Travis Kelce, but we're all playing Evan Ingram instead. He looks like he's going to be the highest on tight end. I know leaves a lot to be desired in comparison to Travis Kelce, but Ingram's had an excellent role for this team. He's essentially on the field every single play, and he's been running routes like that the whole year. It's just recently the targets have swung his direction. So I still think he's a value, and he's your cash game tight end unless you're doing something weird to prioritize Kelce or something. I wouldn't do that. But in tournaments, I think he's a pretty easy fade at his price. And a lot of the players I have interest in were already named by Savoca. I'll go through a couple others that I'm getting to. Cade Otton. You don't have Cam Brate today for this Buccaneers team. I don't think that matters a ton. The offense has already kind of been swinging in Cade Otton's direction, but maybe people don't recognize that quite enough. So I have a fair amount of him at 3,200. He's only a little bit more expensive than Jelani Woods, which I like. And I think among secondary tight ends, if you can't find the salary to get to Ingram, a lot of people will be playing Jelani Woods. I have a little bit. And then last guy, I do have some Noah Fant. Again, that's the sneaky attachment to that Jets Seattle game, which I'm trying to play around with, is maybe a game that goes under-owned entirely.
Yeah, Colby Parkinson is going to be your next tight end up with Will Dissly out. I think that is a start downgrade. Noah Fant has to be the guy there. So I'm with you. I have 15% of him and going way over the field on Noah Fant, trying to get some access to that Mike White run back. And that's kind of what Noah Fant and Tyler Lockett have turned into for me. Anything else at the tight end position for you, Matt Savoca?
I think we hit on a lot of the main options. I have some Daniel Bellinger connected to Daniel Jones. I have some Tyler Conklin. Look, we're playing the correlation game as we're talking about. We're trying to figure out shootout potential of these games. We've been mentioning the potential of the Jets in Seattle, New Orleans and Philly a little bit. If I had to say a third option from the muck, what if Jacksonville, Houston scores more than we're all expecting? There are some decent skill position players, and the way Jacksonville has been playing, stepping on the gas late in the season, maybe they actually push things. You don't have to just play Ingram because he's a single value. You can actually attach yourself to that game. Doesn't feel great though. But I actually have Jordan Akins as well in some lineups that don't include Ingram.
All right, gentlemen, we are going to speed round a couple of super chats here. That's for sure. We've got Corey Ballmer, $2. Hill and Allen or Waddle Barkley for DK. Matt Savoca, Hill, Allen or Waddle Barkley?
Hill Allen for me.
All right, I'm probably with you. Matt Gajewski, here you go. Joseph Herman, $4.99, 6,500 left. Goff stack with Brown, Moore. Need a third wide receiver. So he's got Goff with Brown and Moore. He needs a third wide receiver with 6,500 left. Who's your favorite in that 6K range, that mid 6K range?
Yeah, brutal run out for this gentleman. I love Lockett at 66. And if I can't play him, it's honestly probably going to be Mike Evans. He's right at 65. Don't feel great about it. Christian Kirk, if you're willing to leave a bit of salary on the table, but I think maybe you try to make your lineup work and upgrade somewhere else. The defense, maybe it's pretty bleak once you get like below 66, I think.
In the bleak midwinter. We've got, $4.99 from the picture on Adam's wall. I don't know what that is, but how do you feel about Tyreek for a GPP play? I'm banking today. Maybe I can finally afford to get off of Adam's wall. The things I've seen here, oh my, I cannot imagine. $4.99. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of these great super chats, guys. How do we feel about Tyreek for a GPP? He seems like he's good at football, Matt Savoca.
Yeah, absolutely. The explosive play potential kind of it cancels out the fact that from an adjusted yards per attempt and air yards per attempt standpoint, we can expect a slightly more conservative Miami offense with Bridgewater. we actually have seen some deep throw connections between Bridgewater and Hill already this season. It's always possible that Hill breaks the slate.
Always possible that he can break a slate, no doubt about it. Or hey, Yakum, my guy, $10. Who would you choose for your single entry stack for the Million DK? And a happy new year, Almighty Mats, and good morning, sunshine, Eric. Thank you so much. Great to be here on this lovely, lovely Sunday. I'm going to just ask both of you guys your favorite single entry stack for DK today. Let's start with Max Savoca.
Mike White, Garrett Wilson, run it back with Lockett or Metcalf. Profit.
Look at that. Matt Gajewski, your favorite single entry stack.
I like the other side. Give me Geno to DK Metcalf.
I've kind of changed my mind on this show a couple times. I'm going back to the Minshew Brown and Smith. Well, I think that it's still just a dynamic offense with two dynamic pass catchers, and nobody is playing that double right now, and I don't quite understand it. So feel like that's a double I've played for like the last month and a half consecutively. It's been pretty fun. So let's just kind of keep doing that, I think. Guys, we have the defense. Defense matters too. No discrimination here, Squirrel. Your favorite defense on the board, Matt Savoca, for today is
the 49ers. Look, you don't have to. You can do the thing where you cross them out in tournaments because that's how you get unique. But they're going to destroy Jarrett Stidham. Like, that's the best defense on the board. Like, we don't have to beat around the bush.
Okay. How do you feel about that, Matt Gajewski? Do you like the 49ers defense?
Love them.
Are they your highest owned defense too?
No, they're not. But it's for the reason Savoca mentioned, just being different. I have them. They're just not the highest. My highest owned is Atlanta somehow. I don't know how that happened.
But just because.
Well, you're playing it back.
I don't think David Blau is like some world beater.
I don't think David Blau is an NFL quarterback.
I agree there.
Yeah, it kind of is what it is. You're really not nice today, and I like it.
Man, like after watching some legitimately awesome college football games, I have to watch David Blau, Jarrett Stidham. Like, these guys weren't good in college. I watched David Blau at Purdue. He sucked. I watched Jarrett Stidham at Auburn. He sucked. Why do I have to watch them again in a game that has a 33 total?
Yeah,
well, here's what's going to happen is I'm going to watch the Bears game and ignore David Blau and Stidham. But the fact that some fan bases are subjected to this is criminal.
Somebody said Kansas City defense. Please stop it. Yeah, because they're facing Denver. Seems like Russell Wilson's had problems. Just throwing it out there. Seems like an all right spot to get to a little bit of. I like getting to a little bit of Bucks. We've seen the Rams play really, really well here. I don't know. It's still Baker Mayfield. Like, how excited could we possibly be there? I think I have to get to a little bit of that for tournaments, but otherwise, we've kind of hit all of the highlights here. So let's round it all together here. 4 minutes to go. Matt Savoca, 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's what we need.
2 touchdowns.
We need massive ceiling. Well, okay, 100 and a tutty. 100 and a tutty. I'm okay doing that. Who is it going to be today? Who is your guarantee?
I mean, my real answer is Justin Jefferson, but that's not fun for anyone. I'm going to go slightly down the board and say Keenan Allen.
Ooh.
I know you don't have him on FanDuel,
like that. Yeah, best of luck to you on FanDuel trying to make that work, because then you cheated. Matt Gajewski, your favorite 100-yard and a tutty call is?
Elijah Moore.
You're just sucking up to me now.
Dude, he's my highest owned for cheaper guys. He's my highest owned player.
He's so talented. It's ridiculous.
Now, he was the guy that was fun to watch at Ole Miss.
He was very good at the old footballs. Who's my 100 yards and a touchdown? I'm going to go way off the board. Nobody's going to play Chris Olave today, right? Like, nobody is going to play Chris Olave. He's my run back now in that main. It's more of like what I want now as I've built out this lineup, doing the Gardner Minshew double, run it back with Olave. Why not get Chris Olave some looks here? New Orleans still alive for the playoffs, still something that can be done. So there you go. Why not get it to your stud rookie out of OSU, right? Yeah, Ohio State guy as well.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Oh, more super chats. All right, we got to round this out. Here we go. It's because the Saints suck. Well, there's that too. Let's go to $20. Steve C. Gonna win 100K today, so might as well start spending. Happy New Year, fellas. Okay, go get that Lamborghini, my friend. Sunflower, $2. Thoughts on Logan Thomas DK, GPP, 8 targets last week. Matt Savoca, is Logan Thomas on your radar?
No, Carson Wentz, I can't believe it, is a mediocre quarterback on this slate with the David Blouse and Jarrett Stidhams and Desmond Ritters of the world. But look, you can chase that kind of target share, but you still need a touchdown from Logan Thomas. And that game environment, not my favorite. Cleveland, Washington at a 40.5 point total.
Yeah, it's going to be a toughie for me. Did we catch up on all the super chats? We did. You guys are the absolute best. Still 3,000 people hanging out here. As we get too locked, hit that like button for my guys. We had the law firm, full law firm in town. I got to run quarterback a little bit, which was nice because I wasn't supposed to be here. I apologize to the people who might not have enjoyed that. Jordan Klein, thank you so much for producing. Being just a lovely, smiley human being who's like, Eric didn't know what was going on. He's an idiot. He just loves it. You just love it when I mess up at stuff. Matt Gajewski, any final words for the people as we get out of here? You usually have a late swap tidbit or two as we get out the door.
Yeah, watch the Green Bay situation. If you're down, I think you could pivot to that off some potential chalk in the later games and hopefully gain some leverage there. I don't think people are going to be navigating that situation as much as they should.
All right. And Matt Savoca, any final words for the people as we get out of here?
Yeah, two players that we didn't really mention. I guess one's not really a player. The Chiefs defense looks very good from a projection and value standpoint, especially on FanDuel as 2 touchdown favorites. And I can't believe we didn't even mention Dalvin Cook. That's the only thing in my notes that I wanted to say. You know, if Justin Jefferson looks good, that game environment looks like the second best, then I want to throw it out there that he could have a huge game at just 7K, I think. Not bad at all. So last thing there, Happy New Year, guys. Always good to do this show with the three of you and Jordan behind the glass.
Absolutely. Always the best. Love you guys. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in today. We'll be back next week. Rounding out week 18, the regular season will be over. Don't worry, we'll be doing playoff coverage the entire time. For Jordan Klein producing, for Matt Gajewski, who's just awesome today, for Matt Savoca, who's awesome every day, I'm Eric Lindquist. Best of luck in the NFL streets here on Sunday. See you for Sunday Night Football tonight. Me coming back.